Hey, Richard, testing.
Hello.
Am I good?
Yes,
Thank you.
I hear you. I see you, and it looks beautiful.
Thank you. Later.
Later.
participant. All right, King Richard, where are you?
I'm here. Where are you? Camera's covered.
All right, King Richard, bring me in.
You're already in. Your camera's covered.
1, 2, 3. Melvin, are you present? Okay, I see 4 council members. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates.
I see him.
I see him too. Can't
We
hear
can
him.
hear you.
There it comes.
Okay, Councilmember Bates.
It's going back again.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis. Mayor Butt
Here.
and Councilmember Bates. Are you with us? Okay, he's having technical difficulties. So I'm gonna mark him present.
Okay. So would you read the closed session items, please?
Hi, I just wanted to say that I am here for the record.
Okay, thank you. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items under liability claims, Geico. The next item is Douglas Favell versus City of Richmond and Terry Ellis versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This is initiation of litigation. We have PG&E and we have Riggers Loft Wine Company. Under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross, Sharon Taylor, and Teresa Fairbanks. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level and management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiators, the property is South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. The agency negotiators, there's a change in Lizette Zapata. It will not be one of the negotiators. So the negotiators will include Jesus Morales, Lena Velasco, Dave Alshire, and Shasa Curl. Negotiating parties include Mayor Flores Community, DevCo, LLC. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on closed session items?
Yes, there are.
Okay,
So far, we have 3 speakers. Each speaker will be given up to 2 minutes to address the council. The speakers are Scott Hanks, Mark Hall, Peggy Chow, John, and Jake Gravetti. Scott Hanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Scott Hanks. I'm one of the owners and developers of the Mayor Flores Community DevCo and the Mayor Flores Project. I'm here today to visit with you with respect to the closed session hearing regarding our project. We are ready to develop. We are ready to start construction. And for about the past 5 months, we've been working with staff to assist us in and the city in becoming a part of the Joint Powers Authority. Our funding mechanism on this property is California Community Housing, which is a state funding group, and would be placing bond funding on this to build workforce housing in different varied income levels for this project. Initially, this was a condo market rate project. And the reason it's no longer a condo project is because the underwriters and lenders on this project would not underwrite a condo project with some potential ongoing issues, which are not the city's fault and not our fault, but it's groundwater plume and potential transmission under our site. So we shifted in order to build this project and get funding. And we found that workforce housing was a very desirable aspect for us and provided huge benefits to the city. The city will receive all residual income from these rentals. And we have provided to your staff and to your financial consultant what those numbers are. The income versus offsetting of property tax is more than double over the life of the bonds. And at the end of the bonds, when the bonds are paid, the city would have first.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Hall.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. So I've called in before and I'm again calling. I wanted to let you guys know I joined Richmond PD because I did grow up in this community. My family still resides in this city and I have a lot of friends still residing in this city. I've been a police officer with Richmond since 2001. I've always been interested in giving back to my community that I grew up in. I have never imagined leaving the city of Richmond Police Department, but with the lack of a fair contract, I have been exploring the options along with some other officers. You can stop other officers and myself from doing this by providing us with a fair and marketable contract. Other agencies are paying more than the city of Richmond, and those city councils do value their police. As it stands, we cannot get enough people to apply here or show up for testing because other cities who have previously defunded their police agencies are now reinvesting into those agencies, providing better compensation to retain officers and attract new applicants. We're criticized at times, but until you actually spend countless hours in a police car, being forced over and not seeing your family, then you could talk about how easy our job is. But if we do leave and there are no more police and you have the sheriff's office with maybe 3 to 4 deputies to cover just Richmond, the bond rating is going to fall and Richmond will probably lose its charter. I doubt when someone needs a police, the city council members that have not supported us will respond to someone's need in the middle of the night when a loved one has been harmed or even killed. When a victim of domestic violence needs help, are you going to be there? Will you knock on the door of a family member and let them know their loved one is not coming home? Some of you may not care for us, but some of you have needed us in the past and we were there for you. So we can either build Richmond up or let it fall by the wayside. The choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peggy Chow.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Peggy Chow, and I'm a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. I'm calling this afternoon to again encourage your continued investment in the safety and success of our Richmond community by providing our current and future Richmond police officers with a valued and marketable contract. For the past 4 years, I have had a unique involvement in various stages of the recruiting and hiring processes of many Richmond police officers, and it is this involvement that allows me to affirm without hesitation that our Richmond police officers are the epitome of diversity that I believe all communities strive to attain. Sadly, I have also had the unique involvement in the recent separation processes of many Richmond police officers, and with each separation comes an unavoidable challenge of providing the caliber of safety, service, and justice that our Richmond community deserves. Your continued investment in our Richmond police officers holds the potential to unlock unlimited opportunities for our city's economic and cultural growth. This growth potential is strongly interconnected with our community's confidence in their public safety, attracting homeowners, business entrepreneurs, and visitors to our beautiful city of pride and purpose. I'm truly hoping that you, our elected city officials, will seize this opportunity to invest in our Richmond police officers with a valued and marketable contract so we can sustain a diverse and robust workforce to strengthen ties with our community, rejuvenate our once nationally recognized community policing philosophy, and ensure the continued safety and success of our Richmond community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John. Can you please state your full name for the record? John, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will.
I had that happen to me too once.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. My name is John Ecker. I'm a police officer with the city of Richmond. I've been in law enforcement for 11 years, and I joined the Richmond Police Department in 2015. I joined because it was at the cutting edge of community policing. It was supported by staffing and assignments to engage the community and respond to crime. We once had 170 plus officers. We're now down to under 100 active officers. We once had assignments to include Bravo, gangs, traffic, multiple detective units, and regulatory to address crime and community concerns while building trust and community buy-in. With current staffing levels and rampant forced overtime, it is impossible to safely and adequately serve the needs of the citizens of the city. And if the city council fails to reach a fair and equitable contract with the POA, many officers will leave, which will place more strain on those that stay, and they will eventually leave, only compounding the shortfalls in service to our citizens. The proposal by the RPOA will not only help retain officers, it will attract new ones so that RPD could rise to its once past glory when U.S. Attorney Generals highlighted the department for its cutting edge community policing approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Gravetti. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Gravetti. I'm a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. I've actually been a police officer for almost 22 years, and I've been a proud police officer in the city. I'm calling to just let you guys know what the morale is like in the department as we speak. Without a fair and equitable contract, our young officers who are the bread and butter and the upcoming officers that will be serving the future of Richmond are going to leave for other agencies that will provide a better contracts as well as more career opportunities. Richmond has no longer been on the top tier as far as agencies in the county for services that can be provided to the community. Our community members are waiting hours upon hours for police officers to respond. I work the weekend nights, and it's unreal to tell our community members how much we want to provide service to them, but we don't have the staffing for it. We need to do better. And the only way we can do better is making Richmond rich again with new officers, people that want to come here and work and serve the city, which is a great city. I've been proud for the last 21 years of my career. Without this fair, equitable contract, officers will leave and go to other agencies where they can have career growth, where they can have an equitable contracts and be able to work as police officers. Unfortunately, we'll be doing it in cities other than Richmond. I implore you to seriously consider the ramifications of what's going to happen if officers are not coming to the city. We will not be able to continue to provide services, and ultimately failing the citizens in the city that we serve. There is a lot of people in this department that want to continue to serve and protect the city of Richmond residents. And without a fair, equitable contract, that is not going to happen anymore. Please think about it and think for the future of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michael, and our next group of speakers after would be Josie Salallahu, Madeline Law, Tom Tran, Gonzalo, RCF, Jay Milari, Benjamin Terrio, and Kelsey Shanks. Michael, you may begin, and please state your complete name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Michael Pegglin. I'm an officer with the Richmond Police Department, currently assigned to the patrol division. I've been here since 2014. Richmond Police Department has been the only police department I've ever been assigned to. Before that, I was actually in the Marine Corps, and I spent a little over 8 years there. And before leaving the Marine Corps, I didn't think I would find another family or another level of professionalism to that caliber. But fortunately enough, I was able to find that home here at Richmond PD. When I first joined, myself along with two others were hired out of a pool of several hundred possible employees, but they whittled it down to just us three. Actually, Peggy Chow, who you heard from earlier, was one of those employees. When we were hired, it was unreal because Richmond PD was just the pinnacle of community policing and just the place to be. And today it's just kind of a sad state of affairs just to see how far we've fallen just with the whole defund movement and how much the city has not invested in their police department. We've seen specialties go away, such as regulatory, gangs, robbery, and multiple other units get rolled up. And just with the amount of traffic problems that we have in the city, and I can speak a little bit from the heart from that since I spent 4 years in the traffic division. I just came back to patrol this year. The traffic unit is on the next to be cut. And I don't even know how you would explain to your citizens in Richmond that we no longer have a traffic unit. Please provide your police officers who are working up to 18 hours a day with a fair, equitable, and competitive contract. I understand that the police budget takes up a large section of the general fund. However, you need to be able to invest in your police department and just look at how much other departments are getting paid as they value their police department employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Josie Salallahu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Josie Salallahu, and I'm a Richmond police officer. I've been a police officer for 8 years, and prior to working in Richmond, I was a police officer with the city of Oakland. Having grown up in Oakland, all I ever wanted to do was to become an Oakland police officer. Unfortunately, after working there for a couple of years, I realized that the lack of support from the Oakland City Council and their city officials made it impossible to work there. As a result, hundreds of Oakland police officers left, which caused the crime to rise to an all-time high. Now, city officials in Oakland are doing everything they can to hire officers, but no one wants to work there. When I came to the city of Richmond, I never thought that something like this could happen here. But over the last year, the Richmond Police Department has been defunded, officers have left, and just like in Oakland, no one wants to work here. Richmond is a great city, and the citizens of Richmond deserve a fully staffed police department. I am asking you to please approve the RPOA proposal for a fair and marketable contract so that we can keep the officers we have and hire the ones we need to provide the services that the citizens of Richmond deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Tran. Tom, you may begin.
Hello, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tom Tran, and I am a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. And today I'm addressing the Richmond Police Officer Association's contract negotiations. I grew up in Oakland, just like Officer Salallahu, and I've seen the difference in crime control between our city, Richmond, and Oakland. Oakland PD has done whatever they can to address the crime rate, but because of their negative relationship with City Council, they are unable to properly address crime. When I first came to Richmond, I was only 15 years old. And although I was only doing minuscule things to address sales of alcohol, I saw the love between Richmond PD, the community, and the city. And that's what drew my love for the city of Richmond and for the police department. But recently I've seen a drastic change, and that's because of the negative relationship between City Council and the police department that's becoming an issue. I still love Richmond, and I love working for Richmond PD, and I love working for the people of Richmond. I don't want to leave, but when I'm working 16 to 18 hours a day and I can't see my family, I don't get to go home, it's just a negative environment. And I know you, the City Council, love the city of Richmond, and I still do love the city of Richmond. And I implore you guys, please work with us to make the city better, because it's starting to change for the worse. And I don't want to see 2008 Richmond again. The people of Richmond needs you. The officers of Richmond needs you. And we all need to come together and work together. Please, City Council, make the right decision and work with the Richmond POA. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gonzalo. Please state your full name.
Yes, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for taking my call. Good afternoon. My name is Gonzalo Chow. I'm the president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association. The 23rd Street Merchants Association is in support of equally and compensate contract for the Richmond police officers. And our association mission is to serve the Latino community and overall business community. We have been the privilege to develop productivity partnership with the police department for 22 years. I have worked together to keep our community safe. We are very concerned to learn that the officers are currently working without contracts, and the officers are strongly considered to leave to other departments who will offer them better pay and benefits. The recently cuts to the police department budget has reduced police staffing and results are the community suffering consequences with the increasing crime on 23rd Street. For example, the prostitution on 23rd Street, robberies, targeting Latino victims are increasing because the criminals know there is a fewer officers on the specialty units to keep our streets safe. The Richmond Police Department has been nationally recognized for the third crime reduction and youth community policing. Every day, Richmond police officers leave their families to home and they work to protect to people who live, work, and visit our great city. They put their lives on the line to ensure the city of Richmond safe for us. The 23rd Street Merchants Association fully support our police officer obtain a fair and equitable compensation contract to include the needs to hire more officers to keep our city safe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jay Milari. Jay, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Milari, and I've been a sworn officer for the Richmond Police Department for approximately a year and a half, and currently am assigned to the Patrol Division. Like others, I envisioned Richmond to be the only police department I'd be working in because of its history, its culture, and the city's semblance to the city I grew up in. Unfortunately, this vision has slowly wilted the past several weeks. This is due to the City Council's inaction to approve the POA's proposal, which is a testament to their inept perspicacity with respects to the safety and well-being for the city of Richmond, for the citizens of Richmond. Seriously considering the POA's proposal will greatly help the department's return to engaging with the community because it will help with staffing by attracting more applicants and officers and prevent my colleagues from looking elsewhere and potentially leaving. So again, I implore you to seriously consider the POA's contract proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Good evening, City Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Once again, I've asked members of our Police Officers Association to come and give testimony tonight in their own way, in their own words, to provide input on where their feelings are at in regards to city staffing with the police department and our market proposal that we have provided through city negotiators. I urge you to definitely take a solid look at it tonight. And we look forward to ensuring that the Richmond Police Department rebounds from its current state and moves forward in a positive direction. And we thank you for all the hard work towards those efforts. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Shanks.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Kelsey Shanks. I am currently assigned to the Patrol Division in the Richmond Police Department. I started with the Richmond Police Department about 4 years ago. When I first started, we had specialty units that I looked forward to working for, including Bravo gangs, robbery and narcotics, and proactive policing. But the Richmond Department, I've seen our staffing levels decrease and all of these specialties are gone. I believe that more people will continue to leave, including myself, if we do not get a fair contract. I implore the City Council members to consider the ROP's contract to prevent officers like myself who have 30 more years to give to this Richmond Police Department. I hope to continue to stay and retire with the Richmond City, but unfortunately, if I cannot have a fair and equal and marketable contract, I will have to look elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madeline Law. Madeline?
Good evening. I would like to hold my comments until we get to item C4. Will there be public comment for item C4?
This is the time for you to speak on C4.
Okay, well, I will make my comments now. Good evening, Mayor Butt, council and staff. My name is Madeline Law, and I'm the president of Park Plaza Neighborhood Council. I am speaking with you in regards to item C4, which is the Miraflores housing development. And thank you for this opportunity to speak on the Miraflores development. This has been a long journey. Since the early 2000s and before, when the city made a decision to purchase the nurseries, we have gone through scrutiny from the state and the federal government on decontaminating or eliminating the soil on the property. We have gone through Governor Brown taking all of the economic development money and money. We have lost two developers in the process. We have gone through COVID, and here we are now, 20 years later. It's time to give Park Plaza and the South Side a facelift and give an opportunity to our neighbors to take pride in their neighborhood again. In addition to this development, is being completed with notion to give people working in Richmond housing where they live. Richmond needs more affordable housing, and we, Park Plaza, have an opportunity to contribute to that. I am totally in favor of the development, and we, the city, should be trying to develop and provide housing to as many citizens as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is RCF, and the next speakers after that will be Alyssa, Donald Patchen, and Ethan Katz. And RCF, can you please state your name? Okay, I think. Okay, we'll come back to that person. Let's move on to Donald Patchen.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm gonna state my name. I'm sorry to say RCF. My name is Bendrick Foster. I'm a community activist, and I'm a lone native in Richmond, California, in Park Plaza. I'm also the vice president there. I am talking up before the Miraflores project. It's been a long time coming, which I'm adding on what Madeline Law said. It's been a long time coming for us. This project has been sitting there. We've been working hard to get this going. It's becoming a project for homeless to stay there, and it's putting our elderly in our new homes in jeopardy. We need to get something going. I believe it's a good opportunity because it's going to create jobs. It's going to create opportunity for housing, for workforce. The people that's working in our communities, working in the schools, working in the police departments, working in the fire department, will allow them to come in to stay in these apartments where they work, where they can stay. And I'm asking the councilman to please approve this proposal so we can move forward and bring some opportunities into our community. It's been a long time coming, and our whole as Park Plaza is ready to make this happen. The crime is starting to rise because the development is just sitting there with no hope. We're trying to bring some new life back to that development and bring some housing to our community where it's been a long time coming. So I please advise each and every one of y'all to please approve this so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alyssa. Alyssa, please state your name for the record.
Hi there, Alyssa Alvarado. Can you hear me, Council?
Yes.
Hi there. I apologize if I cut out at all. I'm actually at the airport right now. I've stepped out of boarding to hopefully speak on a matter that is going to affect the whole city, council, and citizens alike. Last night, I worked a 10-hour shift with the graveyard team. That is not my normal shift, but I was mandated to do so to maintain minimum staffing in the city. Following that, I had another court case at 8 o'clock to attend, and then another court case again at 1 o'clock. Currently, I'm at the airport trying to make it out to spend a much-needed vacation with my wife and daughter. What is affecting us mostly is that now I have to pick between what day officers can come back. So if I take a Friday off, someone else is mandated to work 18 hours for me. It's not safe, it's not fair to the city, and it's not fair to the police department to spread our officers so thin. I'm now forced to choose between a fair and marketable contract hopefully coming my way and me being able to justify staying in the city that I want to work for, or looking elsewhere, because it's not safe for us to be spread this thin day in and day out. It's not fair to the citizens who deserve a fully staffed department to investigate the crimes and prevent them before they happen. As you heard from the 23rd Street merchants, crime is up. I know of 3 robberies that happened this weekend that happened in the evening. Whether high visibility could have prevented it or not, we won't know. Whether that case is going to be solved, we won't know, because our detectives are spread so thin. I appreciate the city council in hearing us on this matter, and I hope that we can get a fair and marketable contract, which will attract more talent and hopefully staff the city the way it deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donald Patchen.
Afternoon, council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, council. My name is Donald Patchen. I'm a sergeant with the Richmond Police Department. I'm again calling about the RPOA contract. I just wanted to share my story of how I ended up at RPD. I've been at RPD since 2015. Prior to that, I worked for 15 years at the sheriff's office. I ended up at Richmond PD because at that time, the Board of Supervisors did not support the sheriff's office, and they had they were extremely underpaid, and there wasn't signs of any good contracts coming. At that time, because they did not have a fair and equitable contract, I saw numerous officers, sergeants, lieutenants leaving the department. I saw the best and the brightest leaving to go to other departments. I turned out to be one of those. I was a sergeant, and I left to come to Richmond to be an officer. That's pretty much unheard of for a sergeant to give up rank and start over again as an officer. I was attracted to Richmond because at the time they had a fair and equitable contract. It was a nationally recognized police agency that was well staffed, and it had a great relationship with the community. I decided to up in my career and come to Richmond to finish out the next 15 years of my career, hopefully. What I'm seeing now is the same thing that I saw, unfortunately, at the sheriff's office, because we don't currently have a fair and equitable contract, and there are numerous agencies that are paying more and offering better benefits. We're seeing the best and brightest leaving to go to those agencies. It breaks my heart because I supervise, and I see the people that I supervise wanting to leave to go to other agencies. I implore on them to please seriously review the contract proposal from the RPOA. I think the city of Richmond deserves to have a fully staffed police department. We need to attract the best and brightest to come to us, and the only way to do that is going to be through an equitable and fair contract. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ethan Katz.
Good evening, Richmond City Council. My name is Ethan Katz. I'm a detective in the Richmond Domestic and Sexual Violence Unit, and I was formerly a school resource officer. I came to the city of Richmond from another East Bay agency because of the opportunities to develop as an officer in a medium-sized agency where you get to know your fellow officers. The city and the department is very rich in diversity, and officers rarely left the department in the past because they had good contracts. The current state of the agency with the low staffing is creating fewer promotional opportunities. All roads are leading to patrol, where patrol is already understaffed. To keep officers here and to recruit new ones, especially from other agencies, we need to be competitive in what we can offer them. Not just new officers, but the officers that are staying here. I have 8 years left until I can retire, and I want to stay here, and I want to finish my career with the Richmond Police Department. Please, look at our contract. I think we're making a fair offer, and it would be a great stride forward to building trust with the department and keeping our department moving forward, especially with the 21st century task force guidelines that President Obama unveiled. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Bashan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Lieutenant Sean on behalf of the hardworking admin of the Richmond Police Department. I urge City Council to pass a fair and competitive contract for the members of our POA. As I said last week, our department is overtime shifts long.
Excuse me, Elizabeth.
We can't hear you. You're cutting out pretty badly.
Does she want to start over with, she has a minute, 45 seconds left.
It's still pretty much the same. Can you try to talk?
Yeah, can I reposition here?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better. You could try talking again.
Okay, let me try again. So a fair and competitive contract will allow us to hire the best new officers and recruit the best experienced officers. This benefits the community by reducing times for service, enabling us to properly handle quality of life issues, and ensuring that there are sufficient numbers of well-rested officers on the street. A competitive contract will also allow us to staff our detective and specialized units and to recruit. In 2011, I've been an officer working for the Berkeley Police Department for 7 years. I saw a specialized opportunity that Richmond PD had at the time, and I knew that I wanted to be a Richmond cop. Over the couple years, we have made entire detective units, including gangs, narcotics, and parole. We expanded our community violence prevention team and our basic officers investigated quality of life and community concerns. In addition, we trimmed off other detective units so we could try to using these detective opportunities impact our ability to attract officers to our agency. This way we are officers to be partners with the community. We need to have a partnership with the council that allows us to hire and retain the highest officers in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Before we go to closed session, I need to announce I'm going to recuse myself on item C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's a matter involving PG&E, and PG&E is a client of my architecture firm, so I'm going to recuse myself from that closed session item. So is there anything else before we go to closed session? I don't see anything, so we are now adjourned to closed session.
Thank you. Councilmember Bates, you going to closed session?
Yeah, I'm trying to get over there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, CRT, just checking in and testing.
You're looking.
Look at Miss Joe.
Thank you. And I'm sorry.
We still see you on this meeting. You're still in the open session. Your camera's on. Jason, are you there? Jason, are you there?
Hi, are you calling Danae?
Oh. Jason?
Richard?
Yes. I finally hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right, I'm here.
All right. I'm gonna mute your microphone until we get started. So be.
All right.
Thanks. Annette, this is Richard from KCRT. Do you have a cover on your laptop plate that covers up your camera?
No, I can't even select my background.
You want to log out and log back in? Or
Okay,
reboot your computer?
okay.
Yeah.
Looks like it works. Let's see.
See you. Nanette, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Looks like it's working now. Thank you.
See you. Jason, are you there? Jason, are you there?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, we lost you for a second there. You're still in closed session, the council.
Richard?
And that's the whole purpose of.
Richard,
Yeah, this is Richard.
can you confirm you have the PowerPoint for Y6 and 7?
Y6 and Y7, you said?
Yes.
Hold on. According to the guys, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Got 108 participants. Oh, great.
You want me to take one of those
Yeah,
glasses?
this one. Good. I have to put that on here.
I can't.
Madam Clerk, we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone. We will start with a special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates?
Present.
17. Commissioner Jimenez?
Presente.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez?
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
Present.
Commissioner Willis?
Here.
Chair Butt?
Here.
And Lieutenant Commissioner Scott? Lieutenant Commissioner Jason Scott? Are you here?
It's coming.
I'm present.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay, next item is public comment instructional video.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have one on the Housing Authority agenda? Next item is report from the Executive Director.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you put up the presentation, please? Thank you very much. Just a brief update regarding the project-based voucher waiting list that was opened in June by the Housing Authority of Contra Costa. So far, they have received over 3,200 applications for project-based vouchers over a number of developments, but particularly Hacienda Heights. They've received 580 applications for 1-bedrooms and 67 applications for 2 bedrooms. And for Nevin Terrace, which is at the corner of 23rd and Nevin. They've received a total of 597 applications for seniors 62 and over for 1 through 4 bedrooms. In addition, we just received notice this evening that they are extending the waiting list opening through September 2022. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Any questions? I had a quick question, Nanette. So if they have far more applications than they have spaces, why do they keep extending the period?
Everyone won't be qualified. These are pre-applications, so the information that is provided will have to be verified regarding income and household composition, whether in fact they really are 62 or older. So there are a number of factors that have to be verified. So they always anticipate having enough people to service over a period of 2 or 3 years, so they won't have to open up every year.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense. Any other questions? Okay, next item is agenda review. We only have one item on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to remove it? I don't see any requests, so we will now go to the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
Okay, motion by McLaughlin.
I second.
Second by Martinez. Call roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Butt,
Yes.
and Attending Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And the next item is item M1. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item M1. M1 is to receive a presentation updating the Richmond Housing Authority Board of Commissioners and City Council on the 2019 Public Housing Agencies Recovery and Sustainability Agreement and overall RHA outstanding financial matters.
Is there staff report, please?
Yes. KCRT, will you put up the presentation again? Thank you so much. Back one. Move forward, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just to give a little bit of background, the Housing Authority has been operating under a Public Housing Authority Recovery and Sustainability Agreement, which is we call FARS, since 2013 due to RHA's designation as a troubled agency. RHA and city staff members have collaborated with the local HUD office to prepare a required 2019 FARS, which is our latest version, and we meet with HUD representatives every week. The performance measures in the FARS agreement are designed to improve financial position of RHA, increase performance ratings, and to ensure ongoing sustainability. Next slide, please. So the FARS agreement is broken down by task, and I'll just give you a brief update on each task. So task 1 is regarding Hacienda, and as you can see, most of the tasks that are outlined in the agreement have been completed. Our final step is to start leasing up at the end of September, early October. And as I mentioned earlier in the update, we are currently accepting applications for Hacienda. With regard to the vacant lot that was split off from the Hacienda development, we are currently developing an RFP, which will be released in the next couple of months for that vacant lot that is adjacent to the Hacienda building. Next slide, please. So for task 2, it involves the administrative building. And as you know, we've gone through a lot of hoops and we finally were able to complete the final step, and the property was transferred to the city of Richmond successfully last month. So we are very, very happy that we were able to transfer that property from the Housing Authority to the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. Task 3, Nevin Plaza. So you can see that we're 80% done. We've completed all of the applications. We received over $41 million in tax credit for Nevin Plaza. We are due to close and convey the building and start construction in December of this year. We also have started, or EAH in collaboration with RHA has started resident and community engagement, already submitted building permits and started the public art process. Next slide. Task 4, this is a big one. This is regarding Nystrom Village. We issued an RFQ actually for master plan and finalized terms between RHA and the developer. We have concluded negotiations on the exclusive rights to negotiate agreement, the ERNA, and we hope to come to you on the first meeting in September when you return from recess to execute the document. And at that time, we will submit the application to HUD to redevelop the property and have a new program. Next slide, please. Richmond Village, that's task 5. Our application for rental assistance demonstration is kind of broken up into a couple of phases. They are all in progress right now. We are working with McCormick Barron Salazar, our current developer partner, and we plan to submit the RAD application very soon. We've already hosted a number of resident meetings explaining the process, and we plan to submit a financing plan and close on a rental assistance demonstration, which is another form of housing assistance. It will still remain affordable, but all of that is in process. Next slide. Richmond Village 3, which is a separate AMP, if you will. We will complete all of the same applications and the process at the same time that we're completing the application for Richmond 1 and 2. Next slide, please. And our final task is related to the Housing Authority and presenting an organizational chart for the Richmond Housing Authority, and that's been completed. The closeout of the Housing Choice Voucher Program is in progress, but cannot occur until 2018 audit is completed, and then they can start the 2019 audit. And the submission of the Central Office Cost Center plan has been submitted to HUD in June, and we're waiting on review and approval from HUD. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Rita Martinez for the financial update. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanette. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Rita Martinez, Senior Accountant in the Finance Department. I'll be going over the Housing Authority financial matters as it pertains to the audits that are currently in progress. The 2017 audits completed and published. However, there's another step when completing Housing Authority audits where the financial data needs to be submitted on HUD's online system. So we're currently working in conjunction with our consultant to resolve the discrepancies to submit. The 2018 audit is near completion. The final piece is a management representation letter, which RHA and Finance have reviewed and sent to the city attorney for final review before sending back to the auditors. The 2019 audits currently awaiting the final report of 2018 in order to proceed with any necessary updates to the financial information. All other open items that were requested have been previously provided to the auditors. And as of fiscal year 2020 to current, we have new auditors. So we'll be providing them with the final 2019 audit upon completion. Next slide, please. To meet a compliance requirement, RHA and finance staff have worked with the firm NBS to complete a cost allocation that meets HUD's requirements. The cost plan for fiscal year 22-23 has been completed and submitted to HUD in June for final review and approval. And currently RHA has been undergoing an IRS audit with regard to the non-submission of RHA landlord 1099s for 2018 and 2019. These 1099s were issued to the landlords, but not submitted to the IRS. We are finalizing the process to gain access and electronically file these 1099s with the IRS. There are also penalties that date back to 2010 due to 1099 mismatches for the listed years. And these amounts are estimated and awaiting verification. And due to a W-9 submission issue, RHA was notified of a $9 million backup withholding tax and penalty for 2018 and 2019. RHA and finance staff have worked diligently on retrieving these documents in order to remove or reduce the penalty. I'm happy to report that we have submitted the W-9s to our IRS auditor earlier this afternoon and now awaiting a response in the penalty reduction. And that concludes my report. Annette, back to you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our report this evening. Rita and I are open for any questions. However, I do want to thank finance staff, the city manager's office. It was all hands on deck to respond to the IRS penalty and fees, and everybody just jumped in and did whatever it took to, from scanning to picking up boxes to disabling folders. Everybody just jumped in. I really want to thank everybody for their participation. It's been a very heavy lift for finance with continuous turnover, and Rita and Delmy have just been wonderful in jumping in. And we also have a consultant that's been very helpful in providing historical information because we weren't here. And so they've just been awesome and very responsive. And we're getting through a lot of all of the issues that we've had over the years. So I just want to thank everybody, and we're open for questions.
Mayor, but we can't hear you. I just, in interim, want to thank you.
Thank you. So I first ask, are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. Are there any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
We have two speakers, and this topic right now is item M1 under the Housing Authority meeting. So the first speaker is Philip Rosenthal.
I do apologize. I wanted to speak in general forum, not on this issue.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, are you speaking to item M1?
Yeah.
Okay, you may begin.
Yeah, I got on the website and I tried to fill an application out for the hacienda, but man, I had a hard time, and I didn't know where I was filling out. They had so many questions on there, so I was going to see if anybody in City Hall could help me get on the waiting list for the hacienda. You know, I'm 66 years old. I'm disabled. I got a fixed income, so I should probably qualify. So anyway, if there's anybody in City Hall that can help me filling out the application out, man, I sure appreciate it. So I'll call them tomorrow. I think there was a number that you guys mentioned about the last city council meeting, that there was a number that you could call but I wasn't, I think it was like 2-3, it was like 2-3-6. And I don't know the other 4, but so if anybody there in City Hall can help me get on that waiting list, because I tell you, man, this life is too hard for me, man. I'm too old for this stuff. I could have did it, I had no problem about, 10 years ago, but this stuff is really killing me now, man. I'm just a beat up old man. Well, not old man, but I still got some good life in me. But anyway, so I'm going to give you guys a call tomorrow, but the question is, who do I call? So I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josie Tran.
Hi, first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge Mark's courteousness in that particular comment. Thank you for doing that. It's unlike you, but thank you. And secondly, I just wanted to ask, I noticed it said you just said a $9 million IRS fine the city owes. And I'm wondering how that happened and who was in charge of the accounting that could allow that to happen. I mean, that's $9 million is quite a bit of money. And it seems like there's a lot of things that could be better spent upon than an IRS fine, and that did not have to happen at all. And I yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Mayor Butt, so we can clarify the administrative record. Delmy, do you want to go ahead and respond to make sure that people are clear on the status? It seems like there's some confusion. We can't hear you, Delmy. Oh, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Yes, the 2018 and 19, apparently what happens is that a staff prepared the 1099s and submitted to the tenants, but it was never submitted to the IRS. And that's exactly what we're trying to solve. So staff actually, Nanette and several staff here from City Hall actually went through the files, to pull the W-9 in order to see if we can dispute the $9 million. And apparently is going on. We're going to get a reduction, but we don't know for how much at this point. Is there anything else that I'm missing, Nanette or Rita, that you want to add?
Hi, this is Rita. I can just add in that the $9 million is in part to the W-9 submissions. So it's a backup withholding penalty. But the fact that staff was able to find all of these documents that were in the landlord files that had been sent to the county. So that's why it did take some time to retrieve them. But a lot of them were able to be found and submitted. So in the respect of submitting them, that will definitely reduce the penalty.
Okay, does that conclude our public speakers?
Yes.
Okay, well, that also concludes the Housing Authority agenda. So the Housing Authority meeting is adjourned, and we will transition to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates?
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Present.
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? I don't see any. And the next item is agenda review. And before we get into the agenda, I want to make a suggestion that we limit speakers to 1 minute tonight. We have a huge, long agenda. We have several controversial items on it. We're anticipating maybe literally hundreds of speakers. And I don't have the authority to do that under our rules, but the city council does. So I will introduce a motion that we limit speakers to 1 minute. And I'll see if there's a second and I'll see if there's a vote.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
No. No.
Vice Mayor Martinez. You're muted.
No.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Bates, Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting yes.
Okay, so going down the agenda, I am proposing to move item Y10, which is
The
somebody
2005 pension bond, refinancing and restructuring.
right, and I'm proposing to move it to before public forum. Staff has asked me to do that. This is our last opportunity to do it, and it's something that absolutely has to be done. So I'm going to move it right before open forum. And then a public person asked to remove item W1A, rent control amendment for November 2022 ballot, to remove it from the consent calendar. And so we'll do that. Also, I'm going to remove item W6B, contract with Urban Strategies Council to conduct research and analysis of various community crisis response program options. I'm going to remove it from the consent calendar. And then item Y8, receive a quarterly update from PG&E. Staff has asked to continue that to October 25th, so that'll come off the agenda entirely. And let's see, I think that concludes my items. Are there any others?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like us, since the item W1A has been pulled, I would like us to hear that right after consent calendar. It absolutely has to be heard and approved tonight. After consent calendar would be my suggestion.
Well, you're gonna have to get the council to vote on that.
Okay, I move that we put the rent control amendment for November 2022 ballot. We've already approved this, but we need to formally approve the resolution. And that will, I'm suggesting we move that to after consent calendar.
That's where it is, any. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second,
Okay. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
can I,
Motion by Councilmember McLaughlin, second by Councilmember
excuse
Willis.
me,
Second by Jimenez.
excuse me, can I make a suggestion? Council McLaughlin, will you be amenable to also, after the rent control, to have the other item that was removed from consent calendar?
The urban strategies,
Yeah, for the community crisis.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Okay, I second that.
Okay, let's vote on that.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes,
Councilmember Johnson,
Yeah, I have no problem with.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes,
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Oh,
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
okay. Next item is report from the city attorney.
Yes, with regards to the closed session matters, the C1 items, which were three liability claims, Geico, Frevel, and Ellis. Those items were not discussed, so they'll go on to the September meeting. The C2, the Riggers Loft item was also not discussed. PG&E direction was given to the negotiators in the arbitration matter involving PG&E. With regards to the labor negotiations, again, with regards to the negotiations for the Police Officers Association, direction was given to the negotiators in terms of that negotiation. And with regards to the last item, which is the property on South 45th Street, that item was not discussed either. Or, oh, I'm sorry, the Miraflores. That item, real property negotiations, was discussed on the status of the negotiations. Direction was given for further discussions with the developer, Miraflores Community DevCo, and there was no reportable action taken with respect to any matter there. That's the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. As was discussed a bit ago, the PG&E item is held over to our next meeting at the end of September when there's a study session. There is an opportunity for a virtual town hall, though, on Thursday, July 28th from noon to 1:30. City Manager's Office staff are working on that. It'll be an opportunity. This is a webinar, and attendees will be able to ask questions to learn about efforts to underground power lines and PG&E's plan to expand safety settings and planned improvements, learn about the upgrades they're making to prevent wildfires and additional customer service measures that are being developed for wildfire season and potential outages. If you would like information regarding this or any other matter, feel free to call the City Manager's Office at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512. In addition, I'm really excited. Our 7th annual scholarship celebration for our Richmond Promise Scholars is this Saturday, July 30th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Civic Center Plaza. We're excited. We have a whole new cohort of 419 scholars that are starting their journey to higher education. And so the quad is going to be full of local colleges and universities, games and activities, performances, a food truck, community resources, and a traditional ceremony recognizing Richmond Promise's 7th scholar cohort. Please visit www.richmondpromise.org, and we would like to thank the City Council for their ongoing support of the Richmond Promise. Last item is want to welcome. We have our new library director, Ms. Lopez, that'll be joining us coming up in August. And one of the great things happening, there's many great activities happening, but the Library Children's Services Summer Outreach in the community is underway. And Children's Services continue to outreach to schools and community centers. During the summer, they've offered free books to students during the Nevin and Shield Reed Community Center free summer lunch program. In addition, they will return to the community centers with more books in the next few weeks to King Elementary Freedom School on Wednesday, July 27th. For upcoming information on the children's program, you can call the Children's Main Library at 510-620-6557, or you can check out their Facebook page. This is a really great service that's offered to our community, and I want to thank all of the city staff for their great work that's ongoing. And many of us are looking forward to taking some well-deserved vacation in August after we get through this meeting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is a report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, City Council members, and members of the community. Tonight, I have the crime report for the past month. But first, I just want to take a second to say that I'm extremely grateful for the support all of you have shown me during my time away. I do know that you are in great hands with Acting Chief Tyrona, and I'm grateful for his leadership, as well as the rest of the Richmond Police Department team that continued our mission during my absence. I am also very excited to get back to serving all of you. Now, getting on to the crime report, I am happy to report that our violent crime overall is down this month by 14%. We did have an increase in robberies, but saw decreases in all other assaults. We also had an overall decrease in property crime of 17%. The most significant decrease was in residential burglaries, which dropped from 17 in the previous month to 3 in this reporting period. Beat 7 continues, which is the north and east area, continues to be the area with the highest total calls for service and incident reports. Additionally, I was asked to provide statistics around parking enforcement. Currently, we only have one parking enforcement officer, and his efforts have been focused on vehicle abatement, which includes towing abandoned vehicles. His efforts, which are also supplemented by beat officers when time permits, resulted in 185 vehicle impounds over the past month. Lastly, I hope to see you all next week during some of the neighborhood parties for National Night Out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Willis, you have a hand up. Did you have a question?
Oh, no question. I just wanted to say it's great to see you back at the helm, Chief French. Nothing against Chief Tyrona, but we did miss you. Always speaking for myself.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Happy to be back.
Okay, any other questions or comments by council members? So now we will move to item Y10, which you can go ahead and read that, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item Y10 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the sale of the taxable pension refunding bonds and approving an official statement for such bonds, approving the execution of the bond purchase agreement, a continuing disclosure certificate, and escrow agreements, and approving and directing related matters in connection therewith, and approving increased fees for underwriter, bond counsel, disclosure counsel, and other city consultants as provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. As we discussed last week, this evening, we're going to ask you to approve several items to facilitate a bond transaction that will likely occur during your August recess or leading into September. And so with that, I would like to thank our bond team, and I would especially like to thank our Finance Director, Delmy, and all the staff in the Finance Department that have been working incredibly hard to prepare for this transaction and to ensure that we are continuing to move forward in a very positive direction. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Mark Northcross.
Thank you, Shasta. Mark Northcross, NHA Advisors, Municipal Advisor. We presented at your last council meeting the background on this bond issue, what you're approving, the recommendation to extend the term to 2044, which the council gave us an approval of. I don't have anything new to report. I do need to give one apology. There is a glitch between what was in the staff report and the resolution regarding the underwriter's fee. The staff report is the correct number, 0.4%. The resolution that was agendized has 0.51%. So again, to make it clear, we want to go with what the staff recommendation was, 0.4%. Beyond, again, my apologies in noting that we invited at the last council meeting our council to read the official statement draft, and certainly I want to invite any questions and any comments. If you think we missed something, please let us know right now. I don't want to, obviously you got a big agenda, but the same token, we definitely want to know if any of our family of electeds or staff think we're missing something in that document.
You're looking for feedback right now?
Well, if you have any, or you don't need to do it right now, but certainly if you've got some, let staff know and pass it on to us, Mayor.
Okay.
Mark, you want to go ahead and commence the presentation?
Well, we could do last week's presentation, but otherwise we really don't have a presentation. We
Oh.
said what we needed to say, Shasa. So I'm here to answer questions and otherwise, we're ready to ask the council to approve this. Again, as Shasa noted, we intend to, next steps is to go out and confirm your good AA- rating on these bonds. For the record, the city of Richmond is a very strong credit. You are a very strong credit. AA- is a strong rating. We want to get that reaffirmed, and then we'll sell bonds, as Shasa noted, in the month of August. And we will get this behind us. The swaps will be paid off in full, done with that.
So are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Just a quick question, and thank you for all the work. We have this news about CalPERS. Is something that is taken into consideration for this? And you can just tell the public what the news are. And
Well, okay. Yes, thank you, council member. CalPERS lost money in calendar year 2021. They lost a lot of money. As a result, we have estimated your unfunded debt to CalPERS for your actuarial liability for your pension plan is $380 million. That is a really, really big number. It's bigger than all your other obligations to our knowledge combined. And unfortunately, this bond issue, why it can help manage your cash flow required for CalPERS on an annual basis and reduce it in future years, it does nothing to change that unfunded actuarial number of $380 million. I think, as noted at the last council meeting, all your other debt obligations, you control how fast you pay it off. You do not control that with CalPERS. CalPERS sets the repayment schedule for that $380 million, and they really want it all paid off in the next dozen or so years. And so you've got some very big payments coming to CalPERS. There are a number of things the city can do to address that, but approving this bond issue, there's nothing that this bond issue can do to address that. So that would be something that we would come back with at the invitation of staff at a future council meeting. Council member, does that answer your question?
yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay,
I make a motion, we approve and move the
Second.
agenda.
okay, motion by Bates, is there a second?
Second by Councilmember Willis.
Okay, second by Willis. Let's call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Well, one question, Mark, is it too late to comment on the statement of the preliminary official statement?
No, we will be taking comments on that for at least the next 3 weeks. So please, electeds, community members, read it at your leisure. And if you think we're missing something, please let us know.
Okay, well, you'll be hearing from me.
Great.
Okay, so that takes care of that, of item Y10, and now we'll go back to open forum.
Thank you, council.
Okay. Open forum is an opportunity for public comment for items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, item W1A and W6B have been removed from the consent calendar and will be called after the consent calendar is approved. So please wait for those items to make your comments. And please keep your comments respectful. Okay, we'll start calling the speakers.
Do you know how many, do you have any idea how many speakers you have?
All right, for open forum right now, we have about eight.
Okay.
8 speakers.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
The speakers are Mark Wasberg, Zin Ma, Philip Rosenthal, Yenny Garcia, Soelia Bana, and Don Gosney. Mark Wasberg.
You hear me?
Yes.
You know, the downfall of a voter, because people vote for race, they don't vote for character. And Martin Luther King says you judge people by character, not by race. This is the voters' downfall. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, this 90-year-old man became mayor, and everybody thought it was going to be a new beginning, right? So what happened was, unfortunately, he did not finish his first term, and everybody was depressed, but he lived a good life. He was a good guy. But the problem is now, man, everybody was so scared and realized what was going to happen in Richmond, because now you're going to have either Willis or Jimenez become mayor. See, this is what I'm trying to tell the people. You need to be careful, because this race is the most ridiculous race in Richmond's history. I mean, you got a bunch of nobodies running. I mean, it's just amazing. But this is what I'm trying to say. I'm just stating fact. The fact of the matter is, there's a good chance that Jimenez or Willis is going to be mayor. And if it happens, I will tell you, Richmond will totally go downhill. It'll be a disaster. It'll be like Detroit. I mean, you're going to have no police. Business are going to be moving out. You're going to have a homeless campment on every street corner. It's just going to be a mess. So like I say, you need to vote for character, not for race. All right. But like I say, I'm going to keep it all professional now, because last week I had a rude awakening that I could not believe. I thought my life was over, but I had a good tongue lashing by my pastor. So he told me to keep it straight and professional. So I yield my time.
The next speaker is Zin Ma.
Hello. I'm about to comment about item W1A, and I have strong opposition of that. I do not know whether I should come back later. Perhaps I should.
What item did you say?
W1A. Is this a good time to comment about W1A?
Oh, yeah. That will be discussed at a later point.
Later, right?
Yes.
So I strongly oppose that, so I will come back later.
Okay. The next speaker is Philip Rosenthal. Philip?
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council folks. First of all, I would really like, if she's still listening in on this meeting, to compliment Nanette and her team for moving forward with these huge and challenging public or reduced rent housing projects. The other thing is, I'd like to welcome Chief French back. She's had a tough time, and most of us are thrilled to see her back. But I do want to point out two things. One is with a projected possibly 400 minutes of comments, I think it's time to call out the city council, who frequently doesn't want to hear from the public, on pushing these meetings so late that folks who have children, folks who have to get up to go to work tomorrow, or seniors oftentimes find themselves in marathon city council meetings where they eventually have to drop out and their voices aren't heard. So it depends on what the topic is as to how willing I noticed our council people are to shorten the amount of time with which we speak. The other thing I'd like to point out, with all the political propaganda that's going on lately, is the term reported crimes. I do believe that there are many crimes in the city that go unreported because the police are so understaffed that the general populace and taxpayers of the city simply say to one another, and you hear it on social media all the time, don't bother to call the police. They won't come. They can't help. So I don't think that we can really determine whether or not we're seeing less crime unless people feel free to call in the crimes and feel that somebody is going to respond.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yenny Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. My name is Yenny Garcia. I am a member of multiple boards and commissions in this city. I've been a resident of Richmond for over 30 years. You know, I'm really highly disappointed at the way that the political world is right now with especially here in our city. I've been in the CPRC, the Community Police Review Commission, for over almost 9 years now. And I've seen the need of both RPD and the community to come together. We have been working really hard to create systems and policies that will support our community as a whole. And when I say community as a whole, I really question if y'all believe that to be just one part of the equation or all of us. Everyone that lives in the city of Richmond. Having worked at the Latina Center and multiple organizations, I see both community members that want police, that want public safety, and that don't want the police, and that also don't trust city council. And so I urge you all to put your political ego aside and really think about the consequences that your actions are having on the people outside, not just the side that you agree with, but the side of where all of us collectively in our community can work together and come to solutions so that we can really make our community safer. Safety is a word that's been thrown around, but I think you all know what that means. And I expect better from every single one of you here when making decisions that's going to impact all our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Gosney.
I'm sure that many of you have grown weary about me using this platform to advocate for good paying union jobs with outrageous benefits. But I promise that since the application period to try to get into the Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 342 Apprentice Program starts next Monday, this will likely be my last comment on this for this year. But when we open the books again next year, I'll be back because I believe that my neighbors here in Richmond deserve an opportunity for a life-changing career. Before I get into my comments, though, I want everyone to grab a pen and paper because before I'm done, I'm going to give you my phone number so you can call me about life-changing career opportunities. Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 342 is offering signups to get into our apprentice program. Signups will start on August 1st and go through the month of August, but since they're shutting it down after the first 750 applications are received, I wouldn't expect that opportunity will still be around after a couple of days. We're not offering jobs, we're offering careers, life-changing careers. We're offering great paying careers with outstanding benefits. As an example, a starting apprentice, fresh out of high school, knowing absolutely nothing about how to put pipes together, has a starting pay of about $59,000 per year, with close to $15,000 a year pay increases for each of the first 5 years. On top of that, after a brief probationary period, they get an additional $92,000 worth of benefits. There's no cost to the apprentice for this state-of-the-art training. We find the jobs and the contractors pay for the tools you need to do your work. If you have your pen ready, my name is Don Gosney, and you can call me at 510-685-2403. That's 510-685-2403, and I'll get you the informational packet. The work is diverse and can be very rewarding. We don't care about the color of your skin, whether you're male, female, or something else. We don't care about your religion or even your political preferences. We don't even care if you've been formerly incarcerated. All we care about is whether you can do the job. If you can do the job, there's good money to be made. Somebody's going to do it. Why not you? Once again, phone number is 510-685-2403. Please let me help you to a brighter future. I yield my remaining 1 second.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Tobin.
Yes, I'm Sally Tobin. I'm a Richmond resident. I'd like to make just a couple of brief remarks about item W.9.D, which is on the consent calendar. And that has to do with wording in the contract. So it would be great if staff could just take a look at it. At one point it says, this is the item about the Keller Beach sewer line. It says, quote, "We will also make presentations at up to 3 council meetings," unquote. And then it says shortly after that, that they will do, quote, "organizing and facilitation of up to 3 public information meetings with the local neighborhood community council group," which is great, but it just says up to 3 in both cases. So the number of meetings could really be 0 or maybe even 1. And so it would be good if that language could be tightened up a little bit. Thanks very much. That's it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carla Perez.
Thank you. Carla Perez, Richmond resident. I wanted to invite everybody to National Night Out 2022. The kickoff party will be held at the Coronado Neighborhood Council site at 5 p.m. We look forward to having everybody there. Welcome back, Chief French. Love having you back. And I wanted to say bravo, Yenny Garcia, for what you just said about the community coming together, but the city council majority needs to come together. And, you know, for whatever reason, people voted you guys in, they can vote you out. So please make sure that when you guys vote in November, that you do your homework and make wise choices. Thanks. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Soelia Bana.
Thank you very much. Is it the time to make a comment about items Y1 and Y2, or should I make my general comment now?
You would actually have to wait for those items to be heard.
Okay, then
Open
I
forum.
would like to make a general comment about safety, which is important for everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Soheila Bana. I'm a Recreation and Parks Commissioner. And recently I learned that people have to pay large fees to have a block party. Please note that getting together with your neighbors is essential for community building, for neighborhood safety, crime prevention, wildfire safety, CERT training, and many other things. I mean, this is essential, and I hope all council members and the mayor agree on the fact that such fees need to be waived. There is a long application for having a block party. There is a $50 fee just for the application, another $50 if it gets approved, another $50 if you want to expedite it, you don't want to wait for a month, another fee for having music. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. We pay taxes and we are entitled to very basic rights like getting together on the streets, building a community, talk about our safety, working together. I mean, this is the basis for community involvement and civic engagement. So I'm asking you, all the city council members, please reconsider the fees about block parties and remove them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolyn Conry. Carolyn, you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Butt, council members, and city staff. I'm sorry I missed this item a little bit earlier in the meeting. My name is Carolyn Conry, business agent for Richmond Firefighters Local 188. And I just wanted to recognize and thank Councilmember Martinez for putting up the resolution to digitize fire prevention records and to help the Bureau to assess needs and better provide service to the citizens of Richmond. We were on a community meeting last week, and it was clear what the citizens were requesting and needing with respect to our efforts as the fire department. And it's important for us to be responsive to the citizens. So this is an important step to increase our efficiency and provide better and more targeted service. So we thank you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just want to say good evening to the mayor and the city council and the city staff. I just want to make some general comments, and also that I am grateful that Chief French is back. And I never thought I would say this, But I'm grateful to Mark Wassberg for being civil, and hopefully he can sustain that. And I also want to thank the majority of the city council for moving us in a progressive direction instead of keeping us stagnant or even moving us backwards 15 or 20 years. Yeah, that's it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, so I believe now we'll be taking up the two items we removed from consent calendar, W1A and W6B. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
We should approve the consent calendar and then we
Oh,
call.
we haven't done the consent calendar. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, let's do the, we have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
And just for the public's information, item W1A, and that is the rent control amendment, and item, W6B. Let me just find that description real quick. W6B is the contract with Urban Strategies Council to conduct research and analysis of various community crisis response programs. Those two items are not included in this vote. Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so now that brings us to item W1A, rent control amendment for November 2022 ballot.
Yes. Item W1A is to adopt a resolution to submit to the City of Richmond electorate at the general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022, an initiative to adjust the maximum allowable rent increase on rent control units to 60% of CPI or 3%, whichever is lower.
Does anybody on the city council want to comment on this? Or can we just go directly to public speakers?
It's actually, I don't know if the city attorney wants to say anything. He's the one who put this on here at the direction of the city
Well,
council.
it was on the consent
Yeah.
calendar, so.
I'm fine with this going to directly to public speakers.
Okay,
I'd like to ask the question, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead.
I'm curious, and maybe the city attorney or the author of this measure can clarify and provide a greater degree of information. First, we have a rent board, and it's my understanding that rent board itself has the authority to regulate the level of increase in rent or not. Now, this body apparently chose to bypass the very board that they helped create through the ballot, and they were never consulted, from my information. They were never involved. And I am curious as to why that was not done, because what I see, a bypassing of a legislative body that was approved by the voters, and secondarily, bypassing the Landlords Association and some of the tenants. This entire measure smells very foul in the sense that we're pitting, in my opinion, landlords against the tenants. And most landlords have an excellent working relationship with their tenants. And now we're creating more of a problem, in my opinion, than solving a problem. Because the rent board, and maybe the city attorney can give me clarification, or the attorney for the rent board, who was never consulted or involved, can give me interpretation as to, do they or do they not have authority to adjust rents up or down as mandated, I think, by the ballot measure that was passed. So one of the attorneys, either from the city or the rent board, I would like to hear from you.
Well, I'll make a comment. As you all know, the council members have the ability of putting items on the agenda. This was proposed by Councilmember McLaughlin. I looked at the measure. There was some language that needed to be cleaned up, so I made comments on that. And subsequently, to put the matter on the ballot, on the November ballot, there's a deadline to get everything into the county. And so we put the measure together on the last council meeting. To get it on the ballot, we needed to do the resolution and the package you see tonight. So we did work on that. The rent board certainly would have had the ability to bring such a measure to the city council or to comment on it. I'm not sure what process and what sort of consultation might have occurred with the rent board. But certainly the board could have proposed such a measure. This measure, as you're aware, sets a cap on the type of rent escalation. Right now, it is this cap would, if it were adopted by the voters, would set limits as to the amount of rent increase which can be proposed.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. City Attorney, there is an attorney with the rent board. And I'd like to know if he is present. He has more awareness of the legislation that was passed, or the ballot measure. And I'd like to hear from him, because is he available, Mr. Mayor?
I have no idea. I don't even know who he is or she.
Well, that's the person that has the greater knowledge of what can and cannot occur at the rent board. And I'm disappointed that he's not here, either giving us information as a rent board attorney, but be it as it may, I have an idea how the vote's going to go. So I will just yield and allow the public speakers to have their say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any other council members wish to speak on this item or ask questions? I don't see anybody, so let's go ahead with the public speakers.
The first group of speakers are Elsa Stevens, Michael Glickson, Carol Johnson, Rocio Pina, Benay Pimplay, Mark Wasberg, and Edu Lilia. Elsa, you may begin.
Thank you. Elsa Stevens, Richmond renter. My grandmother was a housing provider. She worked as a seamstress in a union factory. Her husband was a heavy equipment operator. They bought a duplex. They lived in the 2-bedroom side and rented out the 1-bedroom side. Their church never let them go without a renter. My grandparents never overcharged. They appreciated the tax breaks that income property affords them. They kept both sides equally lovely for half a century until they died. If you overcharge, if you force people to live in a dump and terrorize families with eviction, you are not a housing provider. You are a housing denier, a housing profiteer. You are a homeless creator. You are as good as a gun runner, a drug pusher, a sex trafficker. Stay out of my way and let me vote. Allow the voters to help families stay housed during this pandemic. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Glickson.
Hello, thank you. My name is Michael Glickson. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I'm speaking tonight in support of putting this measure on the ballot in November. These are extraordinary times with a high amount of inflation that we haven't seen in quite a long time. And as a result of that inflation, there is proposed to be a higher annual rent increase by the rent board than many people are going to be able to afford. So I think this is a compassionate thing to do, and to go at a lower than 100% of the CPI. I would just wonder how long this will stay in effect, because if inflation does go down, I would like to revert to 100% of CPI, as is the rent board's, I think, their mandate of how they can raise rent. So thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Johnson.
Hello again. So I'm speaking as a member of the rent board. And as far as I know, Charles Oshanugwa is the attorney for the rent board. And I just want to thank Councilwoman McLaughlin for bringing this item, and I hope that it passes, and I hope the voters approve it, because we talked about the annual rent increase at our meeting a few months ago, and the fact that it was a 5.2 increase as opposed to last year, which was only a 1.2%. It was a huge concern for me. So, but we were told we had to approve it or else we would be at risk of being sued. But I still voted no on principle because that was too much of an increase. So, you know, we want to of course, we want to be fair to landlords. So 3% seems more reasonable. It's just that this huge increase and continuing to increase the rent when everything else is going up, gas prices, groceries, everything but wages. You know, everything is going up, and there's going to be more and more homeless people if this fails. So thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rocio Piña. Rocio Piña.
Sí, buenas noches, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
No sé si le permitan a Edith que pueda aprender su micrófono para que me traduzca. Yo soy Rocío Piña y vivo en la 1300 Bicel y soy miembro de ACE y yo solamente pues estoy en contra del aumento, ¿verdad? Porque ahorita apenas nos estamos acomodando en los trabajos, todavía no tenemos un trabajo fijo y tuvimos un aumento de $80 hace 3 meses y pues creo que para el siguiente año otra vez va a haber otro aumento. Y pues quería agradecer a los concejales por poner esto en la baluta y que nos sigan apoyando. Gracias.
Ok, gracias. Estoy buscando a Edith ahorita para que le traduzca.
Gracias.
I'm going to go ahead and call on Edith so she can translate. Edith, may begin. Can you please unmute yourself, Edith?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. So Rocio Piña is a Richmond tenant. She lives at the 1300 Bissell Apartments in Richmond. They received an increase of $80 3 months ago. And she's saying that, barely we're still, trying to get back on our feet after not being at work. And now we're able to go back to work. People are still getting their situation together. And she was not in favor of this increase, considering some of the issues they've been seeing at their building, but she's concerned if her rent goes up again next year, how they're gonna make ends meet. So she wants to also say thank you to the council members who have been time and time again supporting tenants and looking after the well-being of families.
Thank you. That was it? Okay, we will move on to Vinay Pimple. Vinay, you may begin.
Hi, I just want to reiterate what Michael Gullickson said, that these are extraordinary circumstances. And, if these circumstances are extraordinary and likely to be temporary, the measure you pass should also be temporary. So please consider a sunset after 2 years. And in those 2 years, you can figure out if a change is required that would be a good long-term policy. Please don't put in permanent measures that are based on extraordinary circumstances. That's just not good policy. I also want to say I'm really disappointed that Richmond is getting this reputation for worst governance practices. You bring up a rent measure without talking to the rent board, without consulting the stakeholders, getting it in without any consultation. You did the same thing for Measure U. So again, it's too late to change anything, except please make an amendment, have the sunset after 2 years, and then you can consider 2 years from now whether something needs to be changed on a permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
You got to, my own personal opinion, housing is a necessity. It shouldn't be treated as a business where you can make a profit, because most of the landlords, they're out to make a profit. This is like free enterprise business. But, you're going to have, if you implement my type of program where you pay on your income instead of paying a fixed rent, that'll save a lot of people a lot of money. That'll put more people, you won't have all this homelessness, because like years ago, you had one paycheck went to rent and the rest of it was, for luxuries. But nowadays you have all 4 checks is covering the rent. It shouldn't be like that. But, like I say, you want to be careful because you don't want to destroy the real estate business here, because, people are going to be moving out. People can't sell their homes. So like I say, if you implement my type of program where people pay on their income, you could build housing where you could have, a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, but it sounds like a pretty good gig to me. But like I say, if we can send a man to the moon, we can do anything we want. So unfortunately, you guys put Joe Biden in the office, and that's why we have inflation. He's doing the same thing that Jimmy Carter did. If you look back at what Jimmy Carter did, Biden's doing the exact same thing. And it's even going to get worse and worse and worse if people don't, wake up and realize, you put these people in office, that's just out for greed, but, it's a free enterprise system. But like I say, housing should not be like a business, People have to have housing. I know what it is, man. I tell you, but years ago, 1 paycheck went to rent and the other 3 went to luxury stuff. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Edith. Edith, you may begin. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, I will come back to her. Our next speaker is Eduvilia.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Eduvilia Rodas. Yo vivo en Richmond y soy miembro de ACE. Y primeramente quiero darle gracias a los concejales, ¿verdad? Porque nos han apoyado, han puesto esto en la balota. Y yo estoy en contra de los aumentos de renta. No es justo que nos estén aumentando cada que ellos quieran. Ahorita nos han aumentado hace 3 meses a casi $82 y no se nos hace justo. Y pues queremos que le pongan un alto a esto. Muchas gracias. Y quiero pedir que, por favor, si Edith puede interpretar, por favor.
Sí, you can begin, Edith. Edith? Yeah, it looks like we might have some.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just got kicked off the line. I didn't hear the comment. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want to give comments yourself? Because I did call you as well.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and give my comments first in Spanish and then I will go in English.
Yes, if I
Mi nombre es Edith Pastrano, soy niña.
I'm sorry, your connection.
Hello?
You have a bad connection. There's a lot of static.
Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Is this better?
Yes, go ahead and start.
Okay. Ok, mi nombre es Edith Pastrano, soy inquilina en Richmond y miembro de ACE. Me da gusto que en este tiempo de mucha incertidumbre tenemos a miembros del Consejo Municipal que se preocupan por sus inquilinos. Yo tengo toda mi vida de vivir en Richmond. Sé que muchos sienten el efecto de la inflación en la gasolinera, en el mercado y pues muchas familias que ya están sufriendo por estirar sus fondos y cumplir con su renta se van a estar viendo nuevamente un aumento que no va a ser muy posible para muchos, entonces muchas personas no van a contar con otro aumento más que no van a recibir en sus trabajos. Entonces básicamente estoy apoyando, estoy dando gracias que me están dándole chance a los votantes a poder poner esto en la balota y proceder. My name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a tenant in Richmond and also a member of ACE, and I'm very happy to see that in a time of housing crisis that we have council folks on this city.
Edith, we lost you.
I know that a lot of us are feeling the effects of the inflation at the families that are already having a hard time stretching their funds to feed their families, their children, are already burdened with a lot of costs. And next year, when the CPI jumps up to a 6%, that's an increase that many of us have not seen in our salary. So thank you again for putting this on the ballot and allowing tenants to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have 11 more speakers currently. The next group is Ilona Clark, Gabby, phone number ending in 0051, Mr. Phillips, Amanda Jenkins, Robin, and Peter. Ilona, you may begin.
Hi, can you
Ilona
hear
Clark.
me?
Yes.
Thank you. So last city council meeting, Leah Simon Weisberg herself said this is a temporary and rare occurrence for the inflation rate to be this high. It makes no sense to solve this temporary and rare issue with a permanent regulation. I hope that you will vote yes with a sunset clause of 2 years to get Richmond through this crisis. This will allow the issue to move to a less extraordinary time when the costs or the benefits of such a change can be better imagined. Those of you on the city council who are funded by ACE will be able to say you supported this bill, and you can tell your actual constituents that you supported your community in a level-headed and measured way. This is a win-win that everyone can get behind. So please propose to amend this regulation to add a sunset clause of 2 years. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gabby. Gabby, you may begin.
Hi, ¿me escucha?
Sí,
Ok, también necesito ayuda de un intérprete, por favor.
sí, le va a traducir a Edith.
Ok. Bueno, mi nombre es Gabriela Mercado y yo tengo aquí viviendo en Richmond casi aproximadamente 20 años, un poco más. Yo recuerdo cuando yo llegué aquí, con una semana que trabajara, yo alcanzaba a pagar mi renta y me sobraba. Ahorita trabajas 3 semanas y no te alcanza para tu renta. Pagas más de $2,000 por un departamento pequeño de 2 recámaras y eso no es justo. Yo recuerdo que antes a todos los niños los tenían en mariachis, en gimnasia, en muchas actividades. Ahorita no podemos. Yo tengo una niña de 9 años, la tuve que sacar de todas sus actividades porque no me alcanza el dinero para pagarle una actividad más. O sea, con lo que nos aumentaron de la renta, con eso le pagaba una actividad. Ya no puedo. Entonces es injusto. Y otra cosa que yo veo que hay muchos niños que se están quedando solos, niños de 12 años cuidando de sus hermanos pequeños porque sus papás los dos tienen que trabajar y no les alcanza para pagar una babysitter. Y a veces, de hecho, las dejas con babysitter, pero las babysitter no los cuidan como debe de ser. Entonces, estamos en una situación bien preocupante. Estos aumentos pueden llevar a que haya más vandalismo por tanto niño que se está quedando solo en casa. Es preocupante, la verdad. Yo me siento frustrada y le estoy muy agradecida a los concejales porque nos tomen en cuenta y escuchen nuestros problemas. A Melvin, a Claudia Jiménez, a Mr. Martínez, a Gailey McLaughlin, les quiero dar las gracias por siempre escucharnos, escuchar personas que tenemos estos verdaderos problemas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. And I'm looking for Edith for translation, but it looks like she just may have dropped off the call again. I don't see her on the list.
¿Quiere que trate de decirlo en inglés?
Si puede, si lo puede hacer.
I'm going to try, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try in English. So my English is not really good, but I'm going to try. My name is Gabriela Mercado, and I had like 20 years living in Richmond. So I remember when I came here, with what week that I worked, I pay my rent. And now I had to work 3 weeks to pay my rent. And sometimes I had to bring people to my house, stranger people to my house, to rent a room to them to get enough money for the rent. So I remember before, we can put the children in extra activities. Now we cannot do that. We don't have enough money to do that. So I feel really frustrated because, and also many, I saw many of my neighbors, many people living the child alone at home, child from 12 years or less. They are taking their brothers and sisters because the parents have to work both. So I'm worried about that, about the children to stay alone at home and they don't have activities to do. So I'm very, sorry, I don't know how to say, worried about that because it can increase violence and the city is worse. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. But I think you guys understand me. And I want to say thank you to Claudia, to Ms. Martinez, to Melvin, to McLaughlin, to hear our voices. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 0051. Número de teléfono que termina en el 0051. Phone number ending in 0051, you may begin. Número que termina en 0051.
Hello, I
Hello.
just unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I'll be quick. I just want to speak in favor of this resolution. If we are serious about our homelessness issues, if we are serious about public safety, we need to attend to the basic needs that people have, and housing is a big one. I hear that there are optimists out there that think all of this is going to go away in 2 years. Well, COVID is still with us. We will be in year 3. We know that businesses are still suffering. We know that there is a war going on in Europe that doesn't show any signs of an ending in 2 years. If you read about it, indications are it will be ongoing. A number of factors are creating the crisis we're in, and I believe that long-term, for the benefit of Richmond, we should pass this resolution and cap rent increases at 3%. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work of this council. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, everyone. This is Mr. Phillips. I believe that this is a temporary point in time, that this point in time will pass. And I think that it is unwise to put in permanent policies for temporary issues. I think that the council members who have brought this resolution should be applauded for being considerate of the people, of the renters, and I am a renter, but I think that it is necessary and fair to actually put in a sunset clause. So when this issue or this time, this unprecedented time has passed, the city is not locked into something that no longer works for it. So I would ask that someone propose an amendment this evening to this resolution, putting in a sunset clause for it. And I think that that actually accomplishes the goal that I hear people saying that they want, which is to make sure that there are not undue rent increases on people during this time. But it also accomplishes the goal that people who are providing housing want, which is being able to charge fair rents so they can make not just a reasonable profit, but actually have the money they need to upkeep the homes and apartments that they are renting. So that is the compromise that I would hope this council seeks this evening. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Jenkins.
Good evening. I just wanted to comment on the rent increase. That's ridiculous. I don't know how the city council thinks that they're gonna shut down Riding Road, Sunset Riding Road early, and throw all these homeless people out of a homeless camp when they're just gonna create more homeless people if they don't cap the rent and they don't lower the rent and get some more affordable housing for these people. This doesn't make any sense. You go up on rent, you go up on everything, and then you want to throw us out in the street, out of a homeless encampment. To do what? Go everywhere in your city? We're going to be all over your city. There's going to be 35 different encampments instead of one encampment. That makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robin. Robin, may begin.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to really commend and thank Ms. McLaughlin for putting this measure on the ballot. She's working on our behalf, and that is to be commended. This will help people to be more accessible, to be able to pay their rents by keeping these percentages down, and they can be more financially able to pay their rents. We're in dire times. I remember here at Heritage Park when corporates wanted to raise our rents by 12%. And being a part of the ACE ACE organization, I keep wanting to call it a corporation, they really, really helped us to be able to battle this out by meeting here at the complex and kind of having it out, if you want to say duking it out verbally, until they did lower it to 3%. And I want to thank Mr. Willis and other council members that came out. But we need this. You know, I'm very low income. I worked 30 years, 35 years, but I still make very low income. And if we can help by putting things like this on the ballot and having the public know more about it, I believe that's a plus for all of us. I want to thank you, and I give back my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter, and we currently have 10 more speakers. And the next group is Zin Ma, Christina B., Shiva Mishik, Juan Rodriguez, Jesse Tran, and Fasil Finikili. Peter, you may begin. Peter, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Yeah, I'm opposed to this measure. I think it's a typical typical problem of a big government that creates a problem, and then they set up more measures to make the things worse. Because people in a crisis, people don't think about the things they put on, the consequence, the long-term consequence of the things they try to fix. Yes, we do have an inflation, high inflation. It's caused by a federal government that's spend like a drunk sailor, and they pay people not to work. They put in so much regulation to make things so costly, and they just print money. So yeah, we got this inflation, but then if we have this measure in, you think that the only thing to solve the housing problem is to have more housing. But if city of Richmond have this, who is going to build in the city of Richmond? So we lost this big builder. We don't have any new units in, and also this in-law units. Right now, a lot of people are thinking about building the in-law unit. You put in this thing, people will going to think twice before they do that. We have a lot of people in the Richmond are in construction business. Construction business goes down, a lot of people is going to have a very, very hard time. And this measure is going to have very bad consequence for construction business in Richmond. Think about, housing. How about food? If we say you can only, sell the food at 60% of
Your time is expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Zin Ma.
Hi.
Hi, you may begin.
Yeah, I'm a housing provider in Richmond. You, State Council, want to limit the rent increase to 60% of inflation or 3%, whichever is lower. That means you will make housing providers like me to not able to provide housing. May I respectfully or perhaps desperately submit that you are hurting not only housing providers like myself, but also my tenants who have been my friends for so many years. I just saw earlier this meeting that the wait list of 580 applications for housing and so on. I'd imagine everyone here understands what's going on. We need more housing, right? Please. You know what is going to happen if this amendment to Measure L passes, don't you?
Oh, sorry.
You know that this is going to kill housing, don't you? Apply a sunset clause, please. Please, as many previous speakers suggested, do not base a policy on a crisis. By the way, a previous speaker intends her children to play violin. My wife is a cello teacher. If the speaker is still here and is interested in cello, get my name and we can talk. Thank you so much. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christina B.
Hi, my name is Christina Retzi, longtime Richmond resident. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. It's obviously housing. Our homes are a big, big issue for everyone. And I really appreciate the speakers who are really considering the bigger picture, that let's be compassionate in a time that's difficult and ensure that we're not having extraordinary increases beyond what some of our residents can bear. But hopefully this is a temporary situation. That seems likely at this point. Let's either put a sunset on the measure, as Michael Glickson said, as the Nathan Clay suggested, as many other speakers suggested, and preserve the passion, but at the same time, not destroy the capacity to build more housing, which is also going to be very critical in the years to come, that we have places to house our population. So thank you again for the time. I urge you to make a temporary situation, make the solution to a temporary situation temporary, and let's work together. Let's research, let's draw on the rent board. When we can use the rent board instead of ballot measures, obviously that's a lot more cost effective to taxpayers and maybe more immediate as well. Maybe let's explore that if there's still time to do it, but let's be wise, let's work together. Let's understand that there are many sides to this and they all deserve time and consideration because we all live here and we all care about our city and we all care about each other. One would hope, I hope. So thank you. I hear a lot of that tonight and I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shiva Mishik.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Shiva Mishik. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm also vice chair of the Richmond Rent Board. I first want to express my disappointment in Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates. You know, it's incredibly disappointing to me that two of the most vocal critics of the rent board on council don't know how the rent ordinance works, nor know who our staff attorney is. That's incredibly disappointing given that you as two elected officials are incredibly vocally critical of rent control. So I want to explain how it works. The ordinance mandates at this point that the rent board tie rent caps to inflation. So this is something that is legally binding. Therefore, to make this adjustment, we have to go through a ballot measure. So that's just a really basic way for how this works. And I should hope that my electeds would know that, particularly if they've spent a lot of time in their career criticizing rent control. So I just want to say that legally, this is how this works. Second of all, I want to address this rhetoric I keep hearing about landlords being housing providers. Making an investment, for instance, when I invest in currency, I'm not making currency, right? I'm investing in currency. I'm making an investment. And it's the same thing. When you're a landlord, you are investing in housing. You're making an investment. And so that's not providing housing for people. That's using housing, which should be a human right, to make a profit. And so I think that we need to, as we're talking about this, not only think about rent, but also the equity landlords are building. And so I completely support this measure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Juan Rodriguez. Juan, you may begin.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Juan Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of Richmond. I'm in favor of the initiative to be on the ballot to reduce the amount of the rent increase. Many families are struggling to provide the basic needs, food, shelter. Jobs do have an increase every year, so rent should not increase every year either. Families are adapting to get back to work. Some are getting hours reduced. Others are looking to get a new job. They are struggling to get daycare and provide for the families. This is a time for unity, to help each other, to prevent homelessness, stress, home alone kids. People deserve to live with dignity. And I think that we have the resources to help people, to help each other. We might have the land, we might have the plans. We just have the will of the people who's representing us to put the initiatives to help the people of Richmond. Yes, we got the privilege to live in the Bay Area, but this is getting less and less affordable. So many people are living in big numbers in houses, and that's not okay. Thank you for the city councils that support this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josie Tran.
Hi, I'm Josie Tran, and I'm currently a homeless resident of Richmond. I don't know what the answer to the housing crisis is, but I know what I don't know. And because of that, I go online and I do research. I know that Stanford University has conducted a research project specifically to address California's housing crisis. It's available on YouTube, and I know that they know more than I do, and they know more than anyone in this meeting does. States all over the country also have homeless issues, but their homeless rates are dropping. In California, that's not true. They're actually rising. And it doesn't have to be like this. I think what we need to do is do more research and actually, for the city council members, do your homework. Go online and figure out why people are becoming homeless. And then go with the research. Okay, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Fasil Finikili. Fasil, you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue on Major E. I am an investor in Richmond and Point Richmond as well, a small scale investor, not a big one. I am concerned about the permanent nature of this freeze. As a number of speakers, and I do tend to see myself as a housing provider, with the expectation of earning a fair rate of return on the investment that we make. Many of us actually live on income that we get from these properties. But more importantly, hyperinflation right now affects obviously renters, but it also affects investors in home and housing providers as well. There's an increasing cost of maintenance and the permanent nature of the Major E's provision will really do harm, more harm than good, by discouraging investment, by discouraging upkeep and maintenance of the properties. And I urge the council to amend this Major E and make the fix or make this provision have a sunset. Perhaps maybe 2 years, I have heard suggestions, and I think that will be a more balanced outcome, a solution that perhaps will be more productive and less harmful in the long run. We urge you to do that, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah. I am a resident of Richmond. I am fully in support of the rent control measure and definitely of putting it on the ballot so that residents can have a chance to come out in droves and demonstrate their support for rent control. Rent control is crime prevention. We are constantly talking in the city. I know we're going to talk later tonight about what we think that we need to do to address crime. If we look at why crime happens, it is because people don't have the resources that they need. All the things that people have been describing in their comments. You don't have childcare, you don't have resources, you have to work multiple jobs. That's what drives people to desperation. And that's what creates crime. By moving forward with rent control, we're giving people the opportunity to live their lives without the need to steal, to harm others. And thus is an ounce of prevention that will be worth pounds and pounds of cure. So thank you, City Council, for moving this through.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrea.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Andrea Milari. I'm a librarian and a Richmond resident. I was born in Richmond in 1973, and I'm proud to be here, a homeowner here finally at great long last. And I actually called in about a different item, but I've been hearing this sort of silly notion that there should be a sunset clause on this because we're in unprecedented times. And while some things about what we're experiencing right now are unprecedented and there are things that are not familiar to us, the rent being too high in displacing people and driving our ongoing crisis of homelessness, displacing Richmond residents, forcing through gentrification, the impacts to crime across our city, that's not new and is not temporary. And sunsetting this in 2 years might give people a reprieve, but it's not going to solve the underlying problem. I am grateful to the council members who represent me, their actual constituency, as an ACE member and a union member and a homeowner in Richmond, for bringing this forward so I can vote on it with my neighbors. This is what we support, and I'm grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 2 additional speakers. A speaker that signed in with the name CC Meeting and Tran N. CC Meeting. And it looks like they just dropped off. Okay, so the next speaker is Tran. Tran, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm sorry, I just logged on from another meeting, so I'm not exactly prepared, but I'd like to just start off by pointing out that there's a difference between rent adjustment and a rent increase and a rent decrease. The proposal here is a below inflation rent adjustment. That's 60% of CPI. So it's actually a rent decrease each and every year in perpetuity for housing providers. I am an immigrant and a long-time renter, and I believe that we need to provide housing and we need to be reasonable, and we also need to keep rent low for all residents. I think the best way to keep rent low is to increase the supply of housing. And until you actually provide housing, you don't appreciate how extraordinarily difficult it is. And I think it's really crucial that we reach out to local housing providers and say, how can we create more housing and keep rent low? And I think that critical piece is really missing here, because this measure was brought on with very little genuine outreach to housing providers who do an extraordinary job to provide housing. And I would say it is housing provider, because you're not just you have somebody's paying for that labor to build a house, to construct that house, you maintain that house, and all housing providers cannot take a 40% inflation hit each and every year forever. This would drive people to sell, and who people sell to would be home owners who would occupy, and you would take more rental units off the market and increase rent on tenants. This is not smart policy. We need to sunset this, and we need to reach out to homeowners and housing providers and renters and have a discussion.
Thank you. Your time has expired. That was our last public speaker.
Okay, any final comments by council members? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to make a statement and then I'll make a motion. I just want to say that for the last 2 decades, we've experienced the dot-com crash, the foreclosure crisis, the Great Recession, the housing crisis, the pandemic, the highest inflation in 4 decades, and it looks like we're heading into a recession. So this is not a temporary situation. I think we need to move forward with this so we can provide some much needed stability for renters. And as I mentioned in the past, there is a fair return provision for landlords. I've heard that some landlords are saying it's very complicated. Well, the rent program staff is there to walk you through it. They're there to help tenants and help landlords alike. And I myself will be happy to talk with the rent board staff, which I tend to do anyway. And I know some rent board members have been in touch on this measure, as has some staff. And I will try and get this process simplified. So I would like to move that we adopt the resolution to submit to the City of Richmond electorate at the general municipal election to be held on November 8th. This initiative to adjust the maximum allowable rent increase on rent-controlled units to 60% of CPI or 3%, whichever is lower.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Willis, motion by McLaughlin. Councilmember Johnson, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make the statement, just building on the last statement that I made at the last city council meeting. I never, believe whenever we have the opportunity to take it to the people, I think we should. And I heard a lot of people say that. And I really do hope they bring that same energy to item Y3, because whether we agree with items or not, when it's an opportunity for the folks to weigh in, we should have that. But then also, just to go back to what Yenny Garcia was saying in terms of like getting better, that's not happening tonight. I've never seen a more politically charged agenda, and since I've been on the city council, and I know that's not as long as some of you, but most definitely filled with wedge items that were created, dual purposes of solving an issue, but then also creating a wedge in the community to help weak candidates get over. And so, that needs to be called out and that needs to be said, because, we use these good policies as an opportunity to use the electorate for our own personal gain. And that's just not right. We have these great policies coming forth and stakeholder engagement. The comment that was made, I'm not gonna lie, like that really took me back when I asked about stakeholder engagement in the last meeting, and the response from Councilmember McLaughlin was, well, they can have input during the election cycle. That was a very diabolical comment to make in regards to stakeholder engagement. And, I'm going to support this item as well as Y3 for the simple fact that I believe every time we have an opportunity to take it to the people, we should. But I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to call out duplicitous behavior and making sure that people understand that they are being seen from all angles.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard a great deal of testimony from individuals that share a different viewpoint. My observation is this, and I'm very disappointed that we have an item on the agenda with this kind of interest that we don't have neither the director of the rent board nor the attorney. We got another item coming up later. And it would be, in my opinion, derelict of duty if we didn't have the chief of police speaking in reference to the police needs. I can probably envision if this council voted to recommend to that rent board that the cap would be 3% for the incoming year, that rent board would respond. I can't envision them not. And I would not be opposed to supporting that 1 year or 2 year, which I think need to be a part of the amendment or the motion, a clause of 2 years. You can't allow this to continue forever. And again, I'm really disappointed in the rent board because they have more information, the attorney and the director, than any of us on the council. So I would like to ask that the author of the motion do a sunset clause of 2 years. And after that 2 years is up, maybe you can put in place that the sunset is for 2 years with the authorization of the majority of this council to extend it at a later date. This is going to cost the taxpayers money to put it on the ballot. So why spend taxpayers' money when we can resolve the situation simply by a motion? I think that we could probably do it. So that's my comments, and I'd like for the author to respond if you would provide a sunset.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bates, but she said very clearly in the last meeting that there's not going to be any input from anybody. This is what it is, and you will have input in the polls.
So
like that, she made that very clear.
I think the question was asked of me. So I do not support a sunset for the reasons I've stated. For the last 2 decades, we've seen one crisis after another, and that is what is going to happen, unfortunately. And I say this because it's like a magical thinking. If someone thinks that it's going to change, and if that magical thinking appeared, the council in the future can put on another ballot measure to change it. Now, at this point, this brings stability for renters. That's what we need. It's in line with Oakland and San Francisco and Berkeley, and we need to move forward because we are in critical times. We've been in critical times, as some of these speakers have stated, going back for years and years, and people have been displaced, and gentrification has caused people to flee, and we're just providing some stability. So, like I said, that's the reason why we're moving forward with this measure. And the council approved the first ordinance to be put on the ballot measure. It is not up to the rent board staff. It is not up to the rent board. It is up to the council to decide whether to amend this ordinance that we initially put on the ballot. And my motion is as stated.
Okay, were you gonna make a substitute motion, Councilmember Bates, or are you just asking if she'd entertain that as an amendment?
I'll make a substitute motion.
Okay.
There'll be a sunset clause of 2 years.
Okay, is there a second? I would second it, but I know it's not going anywhere, so what the heck? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Call the roll, Madam Clerk, we'll vote on it.
Excuse me, I just wanted to ask, and the thing is that it needs to go to the voters. Is that?
Yes, absolutely. It
So
cannot be changed without going to the voters.
You're not an attorney, Madam Gail, and that's why your attorney at the rent board should be here. He is the person, not even our city attorney is aware of the legalities of the rent board and how the ordinance that was passed. And why he isn't here, again, is a mystery.
Okay, let's move on to the vote on this.
Let's move on to the vote.
We're all wasting our time here.
That's right.
Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yeah, send it to the voters.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez? Yes. And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting in agreement.
I really hope we keep this same energy for Y3 and send that to the voters too. And we not just picking and choosing what we like and don't.
Okay, let's move on. So the next item is W6B, contract with Urban Strategies Council to conduct research and analysis of various community crisis response program options. Would you read the rest of that item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item W6B, the recommended action is to approve a contract with Urban Strategies Council to conduct research and analysis of various community crisis response program options for a total amount not to exceed $112,844, with the term beginning August 1, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2024.
So I took this item off for one reason, and that is that this whole idea stemmed from a recommendation of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. And, you know, I thought they were going to do the work. You know, there were a lot of people on that task force, and they were all bragging about how they were going to go out and meet with the community and come back with all these great ideas. And instead of doing that, they want to spend $100,000 hiring a consultant. They're just too lazy to do the work themselves. So I'm going to vote against it. Are there any questions from City Council? I don't see any. Are there any public speakers?
No, there are not.
Okay, well, I guess somebody want to make a motion?
Madam Clerk, I think there is
Okay, we have
hand
three.
raised.
People are raising their hands right now. We have three
Oh,
speakers. so
you
far.
do have a public speaker?
Three speakers.
Okay, go ahead and call them.
The speakers are Randy Joseph, Deborah, and Josie Tran. Randy?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Wanted to give advocacy to an analysis of community crisis response program research. It's not that people are lazy. We've done a lot of people that have done doing the task force have done a lot of research. We just want to be complete in our analysis to make sure that our research is up to board and complete. And this is why we're asking for research. It's not that people are being lazy. People have been doing this work for over 2 years to make sure that this gets done. It gets done correctly and right, and not waste people's money, and make sure a program that we put in the city actually works and it works properly. So this is why they're asking for this, to make sure we get analysis to get a program that works for the city and it supports our community, and we make people feel safe and they get the proper service that they need. I give my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah.
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a Richmond resident. I'm also chair of the Reimagine Richmond Public Safety Community Task Force. I find it interesting that when Black men disagree with things that people of color advocate for, that they feel free to use pejorative terms like lazy to describe our activities. There's nothing lazy about the work of the task force. We've been working diligently for well over a year. And in fact, the recommendation of hiring a consultant originally came from the last city manager. So if someone's lazy, it was the city manager who encouraged us to go out and get professional input on developing a program that's new, to make sure that it would fit in and be well integrated with the programs parallel that are being developed at the county level and the city level. And I really wish that we could engage in civil conversation and actually acknowledge the contribution that is being made by the citizen resident participants of the safety of the task force, who give their own time and effort for no compensation because they love the city. Because the mayor doesn't agree with us, that's fine. He can say that he doesn't like what we're doing. He doesn't have to use pejorative and racist terms like lazy to describe what we do. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josie Tran.
Hi. So as I mentioned the last time I spoke, Stanford University has published their research on YouTube. They have a documentary about what needs to be done. And it seems to me that a lot of research on the housing issue has already been conducted. And what really needs to happen is that people need to read it. People need to watch the documentaries. People need to, all the research in the world is not going to help if no one's paying attention to it. There are, plug and play options for cities to consider online. Companies have, okay, do this. But the city council and the mayor actually have to look at what's there. I don't think it's fair. The task force that the mayor was referring to, they have no power and they're not getting paid. So how is it that they're lazy when they're volunteering and they're putting their time and energy? How does he know what research they've conducted? They don't, he doesn't sit and talk with them every week. So without communication, without paying attention to the research, it makes, in a way, it makes no point to go over paths that have already been gone over before. The information is out there already. Y'all just need to pay attention to it. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this task force is a disaster. These people haven't did nothing. Ever since the Floyd incident, people want to take away from they want to destroy the police. They want to put these programs that's not going to even do any good. You have people on the board that's going to be pocketing the money. It's totally a disaster. And this is behind the RPA. They think they're doing something good for the people, but they're not. This is going to be moving out because they're sitting there, they're taxing the heck out of the businesses. So the big business that pay money, they're going to be moving out. The city's going to be disaster. And for the mayor, all you have to do is sign an executive order to stop this task force. It is legal, it's the law, and if they want to dispute it, they have to go to court because the city council cannot overrule executive order. It's done by the mayor in San Francisco, Oakland, and many parts of our nation, done by mayors and governors and even presidents. So if you really want to get something done for the city, but all you got to do is sign an executive order stopping this imaginary task force, which is a disaster. It's not going nowhere. They can't even get enough people on the Zoom meetings to even have a meeting. This is the most dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Somebody's wasting some taxpayers' money for nothing. And I just can't see how in the world that a mayor can sit there and just let this all happen and not knowing what's going on. All you have to do is get rid of it. It don't make no sense putting the people on the police commission when they hate the police. Now that's stupid, Tom. All you got to do, I told you, sign an executive order. The city council cannot overrule it. It's legal. They've been doing this since George Washington became president.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor.
Hi, thank you. I'm Sarah. I am in support of this contract. I want to be clear that the way that this program was supposed to go was that city staff were supposed to implement it with support from the task force. The city, as we know, is woefully understaffed. Staff are overloaded, don't have capacity, and need support. This item is about supporting the staff who are being asked to be put in charge of this program to make sure that they have the research and support that they need. It was never supposed to be the task force's job to do this work solo. And it is really important that this program get the support that it needs. Again, this is crime prevention. This is how we prevent bad things from happening. We provide support to people when they need it. And then the things that you're worried about happening simply will not happen. There will be fewer things to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two additional speakers at this time, Marisol Cantu and Carol Johnson. Marisol, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident, District 6 resident, and a Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force member. I wanted to comment on the nature of what Mayor Butt has discussed as the community not wanting this and then the task force being lazy around this. We have worked diligently with, the task force has worked diligently under the city attorney's recommendation to do an implementation process. And then that was cut short because it was deemed to be a violation of the Brown Act. And so we have been hit with barriers and challenges from the mayor and from the city attorney while we were trying to do community work, when there was an outcry or the need for mental health services and a non-police mental health response. This recommendation came from the city manager, and the task force met with city staff, met with the consultant. There was numerous community meetings, task force meetings where this was discussed, implementation meetings where this was discussed, and collaborated with. And I want to thank LaShonda White, who has been really our staff liaison and continuing to work diligently on moving this forward. And in the time of everything that we're seeing in our world, especially for our youth and our Black and Brown community members who are over-criminalized by our police system, the time for care is now, not criminalization. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Johnson.
Hello. I just want to, go on record as saying that, if there are only, maybe just a few people, but I want to be one of the ones saying that I appreciate wholeheartedly all of the work that the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force has been doing over the past 2 years, not being lazy, but advocating for programs like Youth Works, which has employed 500 youth recently, and programs like the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which will continue to reduce gun violence in Richmond, which is the whole reason why I became an activist back in 2006. And also the, Safe Organized Spaces, which is doing a lot to help unhoused homeless people. And the consultant is necessary to help get the crisis response so that people who are having a mental health crisis and the family members call for help, that the person will not be killed, but that they will get the help that they need. I just want to say I really appreciate everyone who's working so hard. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Luis Chacon.
Hi, good evening. My name is Luis Chacon. I'm a Richmond community member, work in the city of Richmond, family and friends all over Richmond. I'm calling really just to speak on the mayor's comment about the task force being lazy, which I find really ironic considering I don't really recall him ever going to a task force meeting or really engaging with actual task force issues beyond misrepresenting and miscommunicating what the task force is actually doing without even knowing what the task force has been trying to do. So I take offense to that, and it's honestly insulting not only to the task force, but really to all of the work that our community has been doing over the last year or so. I do look forward to continuing the work in good faith, even if it's not with the mayor, but just with folks who are ready to get serious about it and who are ready to engage in a process of caring for our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
The only other last thing I want to bring up is that Contra Costa County has spent a lot of money and spent a lot of time developing developing a program that that cities can use. And I've just never understood why we felt that somehow, you know, we had to go develop our own program and spend a lot of money on it. I don't know why you just don't work with the county. But anyway, let's let Councilmember Bates, you have something?
Yes, I'd like to hear from staff and why they are recommending this item.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. LaShonda White, Interim Director for Library and Community Services and Staff Liaison to the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. It also have been, when previous City Manager Laura Snyman was here, was asked to join the team around development of a community crisis response program. And as task force members have mentioned, this did come out of conversations with the previous city manager about how we can best move forward to make sure we are doing or developing and implementing a program that is feasible and that best meets the needs of community. City staff do not have the capacity. I do not have the capacity. Other city staff don't have the capacity to do the research, data analysis, community engagement that's needed. We also don't have the expertise to do this work. And what we want to be able to provide to City Council is factual information about how we can make sure the residents of Richmond, their needs around mental health support are met. And we feel like the best way to do that is to have an outside consultant. And this consultant was selected through a competitive bid process to help us do that work. And so we will be bringing information back to City Council that has been developed by an outside consultant, not the task force, not the city staff. And a huge part of the work that will be done is for us to engage with Contra Costa County Health Services and figure out how do we work together. We are in no way trying to duplicate efforts. I just want to be very clear about that. That is not our goal or intention. We're trying to bring great information to the City Council so you can make an informed decision about how we move this work forward in collaboration with Contra Costa County's A3 program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
I made the motion, we approve this item.
Second.
Motion by Jimenez, second by McLaughlin, I think.
Johnson.
Second by Johnson.
Mhm.
Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Thank you, Council, and thank you to David Harris, who's with Urban Strategies Council, for being here tonight. Have a good evening, everyone.
So I think that brings us to item X1. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is.
Public hearing for the collection of the sanitary and storm fees for fiscal year 2022-23. Would you read that, please?
Yes, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving a report of sewer service charges for fiscal year 2022-2023, allowing for the sanitary and stormwater fees to be collected on the annual 2022-2023 tax rolls.
So there must be a staff report, huh?
A brief staff report, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of expediency, we're not doing a presentation tonight. This is the standard director's report that is submitted annually so that we can collect the fees on the property tax rolls for the sanitary sewer charges and the storm fee charges. There is a 7% increase this year. As you can see in the staff report, the single family use and the multifamily use goes up 7%, as does the industrial rate. The industrial rate is based on flow from the industrial facilities that discharge to the sanitary sewer. The single family and multifamily are fixed rates. So basically the procedure is to ask for comments, open the public hearing, listen to comments, and then barring any protests of a significant nature, close the public hearing and adopt the resolution approving the report.
Okay, are there questions from council members? I don't see any. I will open the public hearing. Do we have any public speakers?
We have one speaker with their hand raised, and this is for the public hearing, they'll be given 3 minutes to address the council. This is item X1. Okay, we have no speakers.
Okay, I will vote.
Let me try to, the person moved to the panelist section, so let me see if they can speak, if they're available. CC meeting, person who signed under the name CC meeting, please unmute yourself.
Is this the item for riding roads?
No, this is item X1 under public hearings for the sanitary and storm fee.
Okay. I would like to speak on that Y4.
Okay, so that item has already, has not actually been gotten to yet. So when you, when that item
Okay,
comes up, you
thank
can
you.
sign up again.
Okay, so we don't have any public speakers. The public hearing is closed. Are there any final comments from council members? Okay, is there a motion?
I move for adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Johnson, second by Willis. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez, yes, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
That might be the only time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
I was just surprised that, 7%'s a pretty big increase. I'm surprised the council members didn't put a measure on the ballot to reduce it to 60% of that. Okay, the next item will be item Y1, Police Department and Fire Department recruitment efforts. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item Y1 is to receive a status report on the police department and fire department recruitment efforts.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. My name is Sharon Taylor, acting as the Interim Human Resources Director. I am pleased to introduce you to Patricia Francisco of the MRG Group. She is our point person and project manager for recruitment strategies for the police to address the police and fire vacancies. Also available is my colleague Teresa Fairbanks, who oversees recruitment for the Human Resources Department. And I will now present Ms. Francisco. IT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint?
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Butt and City Council members. As the IT is putting up the slides. My name is Patty Francisco, as Sharon mentioned. I'd like to share with you our recruitment strategy going forward. The HR department has retained the services of the MRG to assist with the recruitment strategy in addressing the police and fire department staffing vacancies. Next slide, please. The city is looking to recruit 28 to 35 police officers, either at lateral level or entry level. Recently, MRG and CPS HR Consulting assisted the city of Lathrop in establishing and creating a new police department. We intend to use the same approach as we are looking into helping the city of Richmond hire 28 to 35 police officers. Next slide, please. We're also looking at CPS helping with 8 firefighter recruiters and fire promotional examinations in partnership with CPS. Next slide, please. So as far as proposed process, there are some things here that are traditional, like creating a recruitment brochure with the ideal candidate. We use the city's webpage and use the tagline that you already have in place, be the difference, community policing, providing superior service, and the video. We also plan to use paid advertising in these professional organizations to attract potential candidates. Next slide, please. We will use the professional network of subject matter experts through collaboration and referral by these professional networks through the police chief and the commander. We would like to make sure that we can get linkages and use LinkedIn and connections with different professional networks and colleagues who may be interested in these positions. We will also schedule a question and answer session with city officials and staff members for those who are interested in the position. We plan to do that via Zoom after we've had a chance to invite candidates to apply for the position, and that before we're screening them and while we're piquing their interest as far as the position is concerned. We will also use an internal marketing program that CPS has used that basically uses an algorithm that helps connect advertisements every time they kind of take a hit as far as a police advertisement. Every time that happens, there's a way to attract that type of clientele and applicants to apply for the jobs. We plan to post the job for 8 weeks. We also want to look at potential housing incentives through HUD and other nonprofit partners in order to provide incentives for potential candidates for police and fire officers at the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you, IT. You can take off the slide.
Does anybody have any questions? Council members. Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I like to see that there is this effort to do recruitment for both departments. I just wanted to hear how many vacancies we currently have in the police and fire department.
I will defer to Ms. Teresa Fairbanks. She's the manager.
And also how many are in injury leave from both departments as well.
Right. Good evening, council member. So for the police department, I'm showing approximately currently 30 total sworn. And for the fire department, currently 8. And then as far as the leaves, that I will have to follow up with you on and get back to you that number.
Okay, I believe. One thing is that this is, so I have a question about for the police department, the number or percentage of new hires who live within the first year of employment for each of the last 5 years.
If I may, I believe we have some information that Lieutenant Smith may have gathered for you. If that doesn't suffice, I'm happy to follow up with him directly and see if we can get more information on that. I believe he provided that to you, or we're working to provide that consolidated report.
Yeah, that would be great. I just wanted to also know, just for me, but for the public, this is what I am asking you right now. But if you don't have it there, I will, it will be good to follow up. So we, last to City Council, I believe we also, City Council approved some raises, especially for the trainees in the police department. How these will help? Like, do you think like this is also a help for recruitment?
Definitely the increase in the base wage for the trainees will attract more talent. Our wages were well below the market, so bringing it up to market as well as a living wage, so to speak, definitely will attract. And the police department was quite pleased with that action. So we do appreciate council approving that, and we will be incorporating that into our advertising materials. It's already been updated on our website, as well as the police department's recruitment website as well.
Yeah, one thing that it will be good also to have is the number of applicants for posted positions, for both the Richmond department and the fire department. And I don't think how many actually go towards the process and get hired, so we can get some more data about recruitment and retention as well.
Exactly. It is a very multi-step, it's a multi-step process. Once we screen and, screen the candidates from the minimum qualifications, we do forward over to the police department, who they incorporate their own recruitment steps. So in order to get you that information, we will need to collaborate with the police department. But I believe according to our last data poll, there were about 30 candidates, but I can ask Teresa to confirm that. And currently, firefighter is open. We are collaborating with CalJack. So I'm not sure if we have the number of candidates at this point because the recruitment is still open, but we can certainly provide that when we have that information. And I see Chief has come on screen, so maybe she has some additional information to provide.
And if I may, Sharon, real quick, I did check for the firefighter recruitment. There are currently 395 applications for that recruitment, and that position closes on August 16th. So we have received a lot of applicants for the firefighter trainee.
Thank you.
Last question, and I think so there is also a number of police officers that are near to retire. How is this it's not like they are going to retire all at the same time, right? And I want you to explain the process, and also is this also taken into consideration with this plan, so that we make sure that as people are retiring, we are in the process of getting new officers.
We are definitely in the process of succession planning. We have pulled the data and we are using that to, and I guess you can say, inform our decision as to how many people we want to attract for the vacancies. For example, we have 30 vacancies at this point, but we have a margin of 5 to 10. Hopefully that we can attract through our recruitment strategies to have a margin of officers to account for those retirements and perhaps personnel leaving. So we are prepared and we're planning for that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And I really appreciate these presentations and the efforts, because we need to fill these vacancies.
We thank you for your support.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The only question that I had, and it can just be a brief answer, is was there any effort to reach out to Richmond Build as well to do recruitment in those areas for those seeking job pathways or careers?
We are still in the strategizing phase. We're planning, but we will definitely come up with innovative ways to, of course, attract talent. We plan on partnering with, employment and training and some of our other existing partners, and also establishing new partnerships as well. Recruiting with the Army and some of the military facilities. The police department has already tapped into that, but we are kind of looking into other ways that we can attract people that would want to work into this field and would be interested.
Also, question, what's the timeline on that?
We're very ambitious with our timeline. Currently, as Patricia stated, we are going to open up the recruitment, for 8 weeks. And our target is to have a viable list by the end of the year.
And if I may just add, thank you, Sharon. I do want to commend Sharon and Tamara. They have actually had, at least I know, one successful placement. We have one of our great new staff, that's the resident housing manager at Nevin, was a part of the Richmond Build program. And so we have had success in getting people to transition from our employment and training program, some of those programs, to actual city jobs. And when I do my site visits, Nevin is looking great. She was outside sweeping, and I really commend the HR staff for really working hard to try to identify career pathways for our city staff here now, and for really partnering collaboratively with employment and training. Thank you.
Other questions from city council members? Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to ask if you might comment on the problems that are happening nationwide in terms of recruitment with the national trend of less available applicants for law enforcement. If you could just comment on your experience with that.
Well, I think Patty can probably answer that. She's our project manager and she's done some research in that area.
Sure. Thank you, council member, for the question. Very good question. The trend is really that there is a talent shortage. The great resignation is real. The great reshuffle is real. A lot of people have found jobs that are not the traditional 9-to-5 jobs. So it's really hard to find talent these days. So a lot of our cities are looking at various incentives to try to attract talent and really creative ways on how to attract the talent pool. So, other initiatives that are out there, like I mentioned in my presentation, like housing initiatives. So there's also other ways to attract talent. The work remote policy is loud and clear out there, that there are some jobs that are even public sector jobs that are offering hybrid work remote schedules. There are some signing bonuses that are out there that are ways to kind of entice candidates, but the shortage is real. Recruitment is the #1 project that we've been requested, and so has CPS. And that's why when CPS and us partnered together to develop and establish the new police department at City of Lathrop, that we had to find ways to be creative as well. So it is a trend. It is real. It is happening, and it's not unique to the city of Richmond. So, it would behoove the city council and the staff to take a look at other ways that staff can be we can attract more talent into the city. But we will work our best to make sure that we are able to fill those positions by the end of the year. And that's our commitment to the city manager and to the city.
Thank you.
Any other comments by city council members? Well, I admire what you're doing, and I wish you luck. But at the same time, as you noted, we're competing against other agencies nationwide. And if you're going to compete, you have to be the best. And we essentially have shot ourselves in the foot, because what's happened is we have a city council that doesn't like police, doesn't appreciate the police. And we also have this Reimagining Public Safety Task Force that's even worse. They published a big flyer today that says enough is enough. Mayor Budd is proposing an increase of 20 RPD officers. This is not how we reimagine Richmond. Raise your voice and fight back. And so what we have is, we've got, on one hand, we're trying to recruit officers. On the other hand, we're saying we don't like the police. We want fewer police. I mean, that's not a great message. And then I noticed on the PowerPoint you were given, you've got a tagline in there that says, and I quote, "Community policing dedicated to superior service," unquote. Well, I want to remind people that Councilmember Myrick, and maybe even Councilmember Johnson, authored the resolution that set up the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. And one of the things that was in that resolution, I don't have the exact wording with me, but Councilmember Myrick essentially said, community policing is no longer sustainable. We need a new model in Richmond. So on one hand, we're out telling people community policing dedicated to superior service. On the other hand, the city council has gone on record as saying that community policing is not sustainable and we need something else. So somehow we got to get our message straight. And again, I admire what you're doing. I wish you luck. But until we get a city council that actually supports our police force, we're going to have a hard time competing against other cities that appreciate their police officers and make them feel welcome. So do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. The list is growing. Right now we have not 10 public speakers.
The first group of speakers are Jan Mignoni, Amanda Jenkins, Benjamin Terrio, Mark Wasberg, Pam Bilbo, Deborah, and Randy Joseph. Jan, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm glad at least to see that something like this is on the agenda, as well as Y3. It's very important that we get back our police force in a better manner than what we have right now. There was a comment, man, about those that are ready to retire shouldn't all retire at once. There's 19 people that could retire at the end of this year. That drops you down from 30 to 50. You have, and they're not counting injuries and other things that occur. You look at the city of San Pablo, they're fully staffed. They don't seem to have this problem. So why do we? I think many people know what it is. This is a city of seniors. We have tons of seniors in this city. And these people want to be protected. They want to know if they need a police officer, he will be there. People have called them for all kinds of crazy reasons. I don't even think you're gone far enough. I think you need to have incentives, bonuses. Do you know that BART has $15,000 signing bonuses? And what do you do? What does a BART officer do? Drive around in a car all day. They don't even get on the BART trains. You have to change how you're thinking. You have to listen to the entire population of the city of Richmond, not just those few that get in your ear at all times. Those of us who have been here for many, many years, I was born and raised in this city. I know this city better than a lot of people do and can tell you some interesting history of this city that you have no idea about. You need to do what is right for everyone. And I think you need to do what is best for the entire population of Richmond, not the 1% who don't want police. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Jenkins.
I actually did bring to raise your hand, but since I'm on here, I might as well say something. I think that the city council needs to get on the ground floor. They need to come out of their office. They need to get out here and find out what the constituents really want. That's the only way you're ever going to figure out what to do in the city. You don't know what to do because you've never been us. Come outside a little bit. Come hang out. Come down here all the time. Get outside and talk to people. Walk around. Meet people. Get outside every day and figure out what your people really want. Because a lot of us, even though we don't like the police, we still need them. You know what I'm saying? You would never know what people want until you get outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Ever since the Floyd incident, the police was a hated species. It went around the whole entire world. Hate the police. Get rid of the police. The police are criminals. Ever since the Floyd incident. Before that, you did not hear not one peep of any incident of people hating cops. Now, this was going on. Even your lawmakers, your president, your vice president admitted that the cops are the enemy. The cops are bad people. You had your lawmakers in Congress promoting hate and violence. You see what I'm saying? And it's the RPA, it's the city council who wants to get rid of the police. These people are the main cause of all the problems in the city. They're tearing this city apart, and you people are going to have to realize you have to get rid of the RPA. These people are going to have to go. And don't vote for that idiot who's running for mayor on the RPA. I mean, you people are going to have to realize it's the RPA It's doing this. It's the city council that's doing it. This is why the police are leaving. Listen to the last city council meeting. The acting police chief says, we're not going to enforce the law because they're not behind us. We're not going to go in harm's way because we're not being backed by police. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Go back and look at the news, people. It's all about hating the police after the Floyd incident. I mean, how can you people be so blind? It's been all over the world for the last 2 years. Cops are getting assassinated. They're even having a fake call where cops show up and they're shooting up the cops. Unfortunately, you have to have law enforcement because we have a constitutional right to have law enforcement and be protected under the Constitution. But the problem is you got these clowns, the RPA don't believe in our constitutional laws. They want to implement their own type of government, and you have to get them off.
The next speaker is Pam Bilbo. Pam, you may begin.
Good evening, Pam.
Pam, you have a bad connection. We can't hear you clearly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, I was speaking on this about the riding roads. Why would the mayor, city manager, city council, and staff consider entertaining?
We're not on riding
Okay.
right now. Can you come back later?
Okay, I'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah.
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small again. I want to just note that Mayor Butt continues to follow the Trumpian policy along with his minions of repeating the same lie over and over again, thinking that somehow repetition will make it true. There is nothing that the task force has ever said or done to say that it's anti-police. The notice, the email that he read at the beginning of this discussion did not come from the task force. So to read it as if it was a task force communication was just another lie that gets repeated by his minions that include Wasberg and Mignone that seem to think that we're all too stupid to remember, what actually happened in the past. The resolution that was put forward by Myrick and Johnson to create the task force was actually in support of community policing. It specifically asked the task force to come up with a plan that was consistent with the community policing plan that actually met the city's budget needs. And that's what we've been attempting to do. But again, Mayor Butt doesn't care about the truth, nor does he care about the efforts that Richmond residents have made to move this effort forward with no support and compensation from him. He rather engaged in the politics of smearing, of lying, of characterizing people in ways that I can only call Trumpian because that seems to be the ethic in America now. I'm glad that that view is not the predominant one in Richmond, and I'm thankful for the majority of the city council that actually believes that truth matters and that citizen participation is important and that actually appreciates the efforts that we make to make our city better. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to ditto everything Deborah had said. I want to even take it a step further and talking about that none of the policies that the task force has done affects the police in any way. Secondly, putting on my CPRC commissioner hat, this is not a we hate the police kind of function. We can have respect for our police and understand our police do a hard job and also be critical of police and making sure that they're doing the right job. I've heard too many times people say, hey, we don't want to do these specific things. And when the task force says, hey, let us take on some of these things to help reduce crime, we get attacked that we're trying to be anti-police. People respect the work that police does. We're just not going to kiss their ass and make sure they get all the funding and all the money when our city needs so many other services and so many other helps. I agree with that. We need to find recruited efforts to make sure that we get officers into our cities to replace all these vacancies. But I also say that we have a national problem with policing. For all the stuff growing up as a little kid saying that little kids want to be police officers, you got Paw Patrol, you got all these shows, little kids growing up wearing hats to be police officers, but when they get 18, 19, 20, they don't want to be police officers anymore. We have to look at the culture of how policing is done. Not saying that that's the city of Richmond's fault and that's on the city of Richmond's hands, but it's a national thing that at least have a conversation to make sure this looks like clearly. I respect these officers and see the work that they do today. I've been to hiring processes with the city of Richmond and the police department, see what the candidates look like. Not all of them come in the door. You're like, you don't want them there just by looking at it. It takes time. It takes issues. I hope we take the time and we get viable candidates here. But to say that everybody's anti-policing, we can be critical. We can respect our police and be critical of them at the same time. Those two are mutually exclusive. I use my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Johnson, and we currently have 10 additional speakers. The next group will be Michelle Milam, Alyssa, Joanna Gravetti, El Zephyr, Oscar Garcia, and Luis Chacon. Carol Johnson, you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So thanks again for the opportunity to speak. And I just want to mention that I was a little curious in the presentation what was meant by talent or trying to find applicants with talent. So being that the nationwide trend is that there's less interest in becoming a police officer and it's harder to recruit, so that I hope that the standards are not being lowered in order to get more police officers, because we don't want officers like the ones that were involved in the Celeste Guap scandal, or like Officer Wallace, or former Officer Wallace Jensen, who had 3 warnings in his file not to put him on patrol, but to send him back to the academy. All those warnings were ignored, and then he ended up killing P.D. Perez, and there's a lot of discrepancy about whether he did reach for the officer's gun. There's a lot of dispute on that. So and again, I'm going to say also that I'm not anti-police, but I am anti-police brutality, anti-police corruption, because I realize we do need the police to deal with the child molesters, the rapists, the serial killers, mass shooters, people like that. So I'm not supporting abolition, but we do need higher standards for our police officers. And it's wrong to blame the RPA and to blame the task force for being anti-police, because they, like I was saying, we're just against the police corruption and police brutality, but not against police officers in general. So if they would just stop looking the other way when there is corruption, misconduct, and the abuse of authority, then we would probably be a lot more supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Milam.
Yes, I want to thank you for the presentation. I think that this is a really important thing for our city and our department. And I'm speaking not only as an employee, but I'm a resident of Richmond. And I've been a resident of Richmond since I was born here. And I think if we want accountability, if we want to have culture shift in the department, we can't do that if we're not adequately staffed with people who exhibit the competence, the caring, the understanding, the professional standards that we want. I mean, when I first came here to the department over 14 years ago, we had tests and we had hundreds of people who lined up to be a part of Richmond PD. And now that number has dwindled. We have significantly less. So I think it's really important for us to start that recruitment early to be able to identify folks, especially from the Richmond community, who come back who look like the folks that they are serving. I think that that's an important piece, people who have like experiences, like backgrounds. And we can't do that if we don't create a climate where we say we really want that kind of talent here in Richmond. I think we've got to let go of the rhetoric, because I think that that's very divisive and harmful in our community. And we really have to understand, what kind of police department do you want? And what kind of people do you want to answer that call? And if you want the kind of people who embody the vision that you would like to achieve, then we have to have a good strategy to be able to recruit and retain those folks. I've seen this with my peers. I've seen the results of the forced overtime. It's very hard. It's extremely hard. And, you know, that's not excusing anything in terms of the service level, but that's just the way that it is. So I think it's time for us to come together and do something about it. You as a city council have the power to do that. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alyssa.
Can council hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. I apologize. I'm actually on the road in a thunderstorm. To address Councilmember Jimenez's point, as far as persons who are leaving the department prior to 1 year of service, I can think of off the top of my head in my 5 years experience are 2 persons for just personal matters. Whether persons make it through our training process, which has, in my experience with speaking to people from other agencies, is held to a higher standard than other agencies. Some people do not make it through, and that's what the city of Richmond needs, is officers who are qualified and capable of performing at this level that the city of Richmond deserves and expects. As far as recruitment goes, I know that even our police department, including our HR department, is up against a lot of resistance. I've personally taken people on ride-alongs in my vehicle, be they military background or just police background, who have already heard a narrative from another department that Richmond doesn't like their police department. They're out for defunding. They're just hiring people because they're going to lay people off. I've been to recruiting events and heard from other agencies that the RPA is out to defund the police department. And I've heard from the RPA tonight that that is not the narrative that they wanted, but the narrative out there is that the city of Richmond does not want more police officers. So I know that the Human Resources Department and the Recruiting and Personnel Department is up against a hurdle right now, but it's the narrative that we put out based on our actions prior to. I know we all want what's best for Richmond, but at the same time, we're up against a hurdle and an uphill battle with everything we put out in the last year. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joanna Gravetti.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I'm a 21-year veteran of the Richmond Police Department, and I want to address some of the concerns that the city council has in regards to retention, hiring, and more importantly, the placement of officers as full-grown fledged officers serving the community of Richmond. I've been training officers in various capacities since 2006. The training program at Richmond is to be done in a manner in which officers, upon completion, are full-fledged and able and capable of serving the citizens of Richmond in the method that they deserve. Over the last few years, I have seen personally more officers leave the department than probably get hired in the last probably 10 years. It's bad. We've lost almost what would be considered maybe 2 full patrol teams to other agencies that have competitive wages, better benefits, incentives, support from council, community members that want qualified officers to come and serve in their community. I also teach at the police academy and I evaluate officers. I am seeing the trend that we are at sometimes lowering certain standards so that we can get bodies in, because we just do not have the numbers of people that want to come into this field. That is not enough, and that is not as to be expected by the city, residents. They want community service that is above and beyond protection and service, and we cannot provide it with the low numbers that we have. It takes time to develop a new officer. They come out of the academy with skills, but they have to learn how to do the job on their own to the methods and means that will protect the citizens and themselves, on a daily basis. I applaud the efforts of our human resources unit and the recruiting efforts. You guys have a long and hard road to travel, and we got to make sure that we get fair wages and services for our new officers that are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is El Zafir.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You have some background.
Yeah. I'm a Richmond resident, 23 years. Wow.
Yeah, it sounds like you may have two devices going. That's causing the feedback.
Can you still hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, sorry. I'm a Richmond resident of 23 years, 54 in the Bay Area, California native. These past 5 years have been filled with an increasing number of property crimes, cat converter thefts, car thefts, fireworks almost all year, sideshows, residential neighborhoods, speeding on freeways and residential streets, unbelievable shoplifting, the smash and grabs, and the inability of RPD to respond because they are spread so thin. Quality of life issues are merely bypassed due to more severe matters. Now, there have been numerous discussions about alternative measures to deal with these matters, but I have neither seen nor heard of them being implemented. It's about public safety for everyone. RPD cannot contain the current ongoing crime, and repeat offenders know this because of understaffing. The city council needs to support the RPD. You back those people who are putting lives on the line. There are good and bad people in every profession, and the police are no different. Richmond deserves a police presence that is not understaffed, overworked, and overwhelmed by the sheer volume of offenses that occur on a regular basis. I want the previous level of 165 positions to be reinstated. These positions have been vacant way too long. Officers should not have to work overtime constantly. They need to be alert. They need downtime. Adopting the resolution for full staffing will greatly assist with that. All of us should feel safe, not just some of the community, but all of the community. I feel it's imperative that the council support Captain French and her officers, give her the tools she needs to job, adopt this resolution, and help the community all the way around. I yield my time.
Let me remind speakers that we're not on the minimum staffing item yet. We're still responding to a report on recruitment efforts. So if you're going to talk about minimum staffing, it's the next item coming up.
The next speaker is Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Oscar Garcia, born and raised in Richmond and live in the Iron Triangle. I'm very glad to hear this presentation. I serve in the Community Police Review Commission, the CPRC, and we're very, very concerned about the dwindling numbers of police officers that are working the streets of Richmond. We received a report from Captain Timmons describing just the exhaustion and, due to the forced overtime. And this really needs to be a much bigger priority. I mean, to be hearing this after the 10 o'clock hour is very shameful. As an example of the low policing, I recently helped a gentleman on Bissell who got his catalytic converter stolen, and his car was propped up and he couldn't take off the jack that had been put by the thieves. And it was a shame to see him, essentially crying because he knew he was facing at least $1,000 fee to get that replaced. And he didn't even see a need, or both of us sort of agreed that the police department, unfortunately, was probably not going to be helpful for him. So for everyone who wants to protect the everyday resident, the low income resident, especially, who's being highly targeted by property crime, this is the time to act and to help them as well. Folks are not reporting crime because they know the city will not, the police department will not respond. This is an emergency, and we need to focus more on this recruiting. Must be the top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Luis Chacon, and we have 8 speakers after, and they are Steve Bischoff, Luis, Shiva Mishik, Mr. Phillips, Mark Wasberg, and Ben Terrio. Luis Chacon. Luis Chacon, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, you may begin.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just want to re-acknowledge that Tom Budd has never been to a task force meeting, so he's not a credible source on anything that the task force does. I think Deborah mentioned that something that he read wasn't even put out by the task force, so that says a lot. Um, Whatever though, one of the things I do want to acknowledge is that I'm trying to make sense of the argument that Tom Budd and other folks are making, because on the one hand, we say we appreciate the police and we appreciate all of their efforts and the hard work that they're doing, and that's understandable. But as a community, instead of working to working on public policy to mitigate what the police have to deal with on the street, our solution is to hire more that are going to have to deal with how worse things are getting because of issues that are rooted in socioeconomic causes, right? And issues that need public policy and real care and real intention to resolve them. So we want to hire more police to deal with all the BS that comes with the problems in our society, rather than fixing those problems so that our police officers don't have to deal with all of those things that put their life at risk. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Cantor.
Hi, thank you. Let's see, I have a few things to say about this. Number one is I totally agree. Officers should not be made to work mandatory overtime. That is exploitative, terrible. And I think that what is happening here is there's a mismatch between how many officers we actually have and the expectations that we're putting on the department. I think that we should continue the recruitment efforts. It's really important to hit full staffing levels once you set them. So, you know, right now the plan is for there to be 145 officers, and I'm understanding that there's closer to 100, and they're feeling that stretch of it's really hard to be that understaffed. I think everyone in the city agrees. The entire city is really understaffed. And so I think that it's important that we stop expecting the police to respond to things like catalytic converter thefts, which they can do nothing about. Part of what is, I think, making it hard to be an officer is that the people around the city are calling the police for frivolous things and then are upset when they don't show up and are acting like that's the police's fault when it's not. It's the fault, as Luis just said, of the underlying problems in our society that we need to work to solve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Bischoff.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm really thrilled to hear about the plans for recruitment because I know people have been working on recruitment, but not in this kind of level. And I think it's just wonderful to hear about the things that are underway. And I'm really very pleased, if I understood things right, that there is actually now going to be an increase in police salaries. That can't hurt for sure. Because I think, one of the things that we know is that there are other jurisdictions who are offering incentives. I mean, if housing could be one, that would be great. But or bonuses or whatever. I mean, you got to be really sincere about actually trying to hire people. One of the things that it was a couple of years ago when I first started become concerned about the level of policing here. One of the things I wanted to do was sort of look into the department and see, how they were doing in terms of being professional, so on and so forth. And I was really pleased to hear about the Citizen Review Commission. I think that's really very useful. I know that the leadership of the department has been really concerned about making sure people are professional acting. And, I know that at one point Chief French met with the Reimagining Task Force to talk about some of the kind of measures that might be done to use body cameras and stuff to sort of help keep an eye on what people are doing. So, I think we got a very promising situation here potentially. And if we can really work to get some more people working on it, that'd be great. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lewis.
Yes, hi. There's a few things I wanted to say on this, and the first thing is that we've heard a lot of examples about the issues, but not an actual tangible issue of what's being experienced out real time here in the streets. There was an incident recently in where I had to call the police out because of an individual that was vandalizing cars in the neighborhood and also hitting people as they were walking by and screaming at them. It took 45 minutes for them to come out. And by the time the officers were there, it was actually one officer. He was a homicide detective and told me that he was pulled from the homicide detail to help deal with calls for service like this. And if that doesn't tell you a problem, then I don't know what a problem is, because that's insanity. To help try to put this into perspective a little bit better for maybe council members that don't feel the necessity of this, we know that in the United States, there's about 250,000 people that die every year because of medical errors at the hands of doctors. So I could look at this and I could say, you know what? Doctors are not doing their jobs. They make too many mistakes. So in Richmond, because of what other doctors have done, let's find a way to cut their budget, to not hire new doctors, to divert funds to other programs like health education. We're going to give them less equipment. We're going to make them work longer because we're not hiring new people and we're laying off doctors. And you know what? Because of that, yeah, they'll be tired. They'll be more prone to making mistakes. They're not going to have an interest in wanting to help people because they're exhausted and burnt out. But it's for the greater good in the future. If I proposed that, you would say I was clinically insane. But that's exactly what we have done in this city by vilifying our police and all the rhetoric behind it. I really hope we can make the right decision and support them this time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shiva Mishik.
Hi, my name is Shiva Mishik. I'm a Richmond resident, and the first point I wanted to make is, I think that a good shift in our recruitment strategy would be not having our mayor and other prominent figures in the community lying about what it's like to be a police officer in Richmond and not stating that it's so miserable all the time. Those people, the organizers and community members who work on any sort of police budget reallocation, I don't recall anybody ever saying they hate police, that they don't think we should have police. The budget reallocation that passed last year stipulated no layoffs. Again, there are many positions available that the police department has been actively recruiting for. So to say that we don't want to hire or that we're going to lay off or we don't like police, that's not coming from the people who support budget reallocation. So, I just think it's a very odd strategy to, on one side of the mouth, say we need police so badly, and then on the other side of the mouth to say, but it's so miserable to be here and the council hates you. When the progressive majority isn't saying that at all. And the report I want to direct people's attention to, it was published by the International Association of Chiefs of Police. In it says there's a worker shortage, not a shortage of work, and that other occupations such as nursing, teaching, construction, and military are all experiencing a skilled labor shortage. The difficulty in recruiting law enforcement officers and employees is not due to one particular cause, and then goes on to list all the structural shifts that are causing this issue. It's not just morale.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips? Please unmute yourself. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. It's late. This is Mr. Phillips. I believe that public safety and education are the two most important services that local government can provide. And when we are talking about public safety, I know that people have different views and opinions on the police for various reasons. And many of those reasons are legitimate. But when we talk about public safety, the fact of the matter is that police are part of public safety. And they are rightfully so. And I think it's very important for city leaders to act like that and embrace that. There is a disconnect right now between the messaging that people think they're giving and the messaging that people are actually receiving. And the messaging that people are receiving is that the city of Richmond does not support its police department. And that is contributing, in my opinion, to our recruitment efforts. So, what I would ask from all city leaders, from people who are volunteering on commissions, and I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but to realize that the police are part of the solution. Does that mean that we don't need any reforms or that reforms are not necessary? Of course they are, but they're part of the solution. And if we don't realize that, if we don't embrace that, we are going to continue to suffer many of the problems that we are suffering. So, are the police perfect? No, they're not. But nobody is. They're people. And they have issues just like everyone else, but they do a lot of good in our community, and we will not be okay without them. So please sincerely work on the recruitment efforts.
Thank you. We have 5 additional speakers. They are Josie Tran, Sohaila Bana, Raymond Wendell, and Terrio. Josie Tran.
Hi, I just wanted to bring up the fact that the reason why the Richmond police were defunded in the first place was because they were engaging in some scandalous activities. And there wasn't really a mechanism for correcting that. So the defunding was was a punitive measure in a way. If you made the measures, if you made people accountable, if you made police accountable for their own actions, you wouldn't have to take a punitive action against the whole department. I have witnessed here in Richmond just a repeated pattern of unacceptable behavior by police officers, just hateful attitudes, bullying, an abuse of authority. And I don't know if there's, if you could get rid of those cops, then fund the police, fund the police to hire good cops, but get rid of the bad ones, get rid of the abusive ones. The qualified immunity issue is not acceptable. There needs to be some kind of transparency. There needs to be some kind of public accountability for the actions of the police as well. They can't be allowed to abuse people or bully people. And if they stop doing that, then they will get more support. And just to say that there are police in Richmond who I adore. Joanna Gravetti is fantastic. I adore her. But there are some that not so much. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sohaila Bana.
Thank you very much. My name is Sohaila Bana. I would like to start by thanking the City Council for focusing on recruitment of police officers. We do need to rise above the divided politics and focus on public safety, which is very important for all residents. Let us remember that at some point, the Richmond Police Department made a national model, was praised by President Biden and many other national figures. Right now, Oakland Police Department pays a $50,000 bonus to new officers. We need to compete with them. So when deciding about the benefits to the police department, please think of all the parents who are raising their children, teenagers, in a city where there is no narcotics unit, when the nation is in a deep drug crisis, in a city where there is no code enforcement pertaining to alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. What type of city is this? What type of city do we want to live in? So, in addition to all that, I would like to bring your attention to an important issue. And that is, many of us live in a very high fire hazard severity zone. Police officers are the ones who would help us in an evacuation in case of a wildfire emergency. So we ask you to please keep our emergency responders well paid, because there is a shortage of both police officers and firefighters in California. We don't want them to leave. Please approve adequate budget for recruiting and retaining our police officers and firefighters in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raymond Wendell.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Ray Wendell, and I live in Richmond. I really take issue with the criticisms I'm hearing against this City Council, which, in my opinion, has been nothing but responsive to what we, the people of Richmond, want and need, including taking a good hard look at how it spends our community's precious resources. I'm hearing a lot of accusations that the City Council isn't listening to the people of Richmond. And so I just want to go on record and say that I'm proud to live in a city that's trying new ways of approaching public safety when the old ways clearly weren't keeping people safe. And I don't think it's fair to expect immediate results from the task force. Paradigm shifts takes time. Also, just to address another idea I'm hearing, reimagining public safety doesn't mean hating the police. It doesn't mean we think the police are bad people. It means envisioning a more specialized role for the police and not relying on them as our only strategy for addressing social problems. That kind of over-reliance is bound to lead to the kind of job stress and recruitment and retention problems that Richmond is experiencing right now. So I applaud the City Council and the task force for the innovative, courageous work they're doing, and I'll see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrea.
Did that work?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a Richmond resident born here in 1973, Richmond homeowner, and a person who is also deeply grateful for the work of the task force for reimagining what safety can mean in our community. I am a public librarian, and I know very clearly from my patrons what it means to have true safety. And what we need for that is funding for services that are not police services necessarily. And it is for services that support mental health, behavioral health, wellness as a full community. There are times when it is not appropriate to bring somebody into a situation that is going to escalate it. And so we really need to be very thoughtful. And I am deeply grateful for the process that has really resulted in thinking carefully about what it looks like to have safety across our community, for people who have had bad experiences with police, for people who have generational trauma from the kinds of things that sort of plague our society. And yes, I want us to be safe, but I want us to be safe in our libraries, in our mental health facilities, in our aging services facilities. We need money to do that. We need staff to do that. We need services for that. And I just really strongly believe that this reimagining process of reallocating funding is important. And I'm grateful to those of you who are leading it, and our budget should reflect that priority. We voted for this City Council, and I know some people aren't happy with that, but this is what we want as residents of Richmond. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association, or the police union, as people sometimes call it. The stats are this: RPD is down 30 officers. We have 17 people out on leave. That leaves us with 98 active sworn officers. And there's another person who just told me tonight they plan on leaving here before the end of the year. The city of Richmond is 52.5 square miles. We have 5 patrol teams with 9 beats. We patrol 24/7. We've lost a lot of our investigative units, etc. We have the number of officers that are eligible for retirement that stands at about 18, with an additional 6 eligible to retire by the end of next December. That's the end of 2023. This is an issue that, quite frankly, is about the economy. If you recall, James Carville, who's Bill Clinton's one-time aide, said it's the economy, stupid. This is not about the task force. I sit on the task force. I'm a part of the task force. This is not about the task force. It's not about being anti-police. It's not about our HR department and their consultants, which the HR department, they do a good job. We've had all of that and consultant stuff for several years. We've had websites on hiring. This isn't new. This isn't about anything else but being competitive in a market economy. And without a competitive contract, then it just does, the market economics are just not going to come to bear. It's just that simple. And quite frankly, the city council as a whole continues to show its hand by not providing a marketable contract and making it a priority. Now we got to wait a whole another month to get this thing done. Stop putting it off on a national trend. Our regional comparative agencies have taken swift action to make their places marketable and competitive. San Francisco, Oakland, Concord, San Leandro, Berkeley. This has been communicated to council for weeks now. Your cops are leaving and they're going to continue to leave. If you do not fix that, then none of this is going to be successful. It's just that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public speaker.
Okay, so this is not an action item, so we'll move on to the next item. The next item is
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
can I request, since items 2 and 3 are related, that we take them both together? Items Y2 and Y3?
Well, let me ask my colleague, Councilmember Bates, what he thinks about that.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Hopefully that we can resolve this where we don't go into the second item. So let's give it a try.
Okay, we can do that. So you want to read those 2 items, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item Y2 is to approve a minimum Richmond Police Department staffing of 165 sworn officers. And Y3 is to adopt a resolution to submit to the City of Richmond electorate at the general municipal election to be held on November 8th of 2022, an advisory question to restore staffing levels in the police department to 165 sworn police officers to create a healthy workforce with minimum overtime.
Okay, both those items were put on there by Councilmember Bates and myself. Councilmember Bates, would you like to start off by introducing those?
Well, very briefly, we've had testimony already that indicate the tremendous need for action by this council to proceed in recruiting additional police officers. It's a given situation. Crime is up, speed is all over the place. That was an incident where an officer indicated a few days ago that on the Richmond Parkway, there was a guy doing 117 miles an hour. Luckily, no one was killed or whatever, but we have a criminal element in this community, and we don't have adequate police department to curtail it. So what I thought would be most appropriate, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, is allow our distinguished chief to articulate. You know, as politicians, sometimes people say, well, you're just a politician, you're just trying to get votes or whatever. But let's hear from the professional, ones that oversee our department. And hopefully she can articulate the very need for what we are requesting. And incidentally, Police Chief Bisa, welcome back. We miss you. At the same time, I want you to know that Acting Chief Tiona did an outstanding job. So you appointed a very strong and independent individual that knew his job, and he followed right in your footsteps. So, Mr. Mayor, if you want to conclude with your statement, I would yield to Chief French to give us a little bit more insight.
Okay, Chief French, are you prepared to provide some information?
I can say a few words, yes.
I'll say a few things first, then we'll do that. So, you know, this is my 27th year of serving on the city council. I started in 1995, and one of my colleagues was a guy named Alex Evans. And Alex was originally appointed, but, you know, a year later or whatever, he had to run for re-election. And I always remember his motto, or one of his taglines was 185 men and women in blue and not one less. Remember that, Councilmember Bates?
Yeah, very much so.
And that was a time when Richmond's population was actually almost 30,000 fewer people than it is now. So the population was about the census in the 1990 census was 87,000, and so we're at about 116,000 now. And so we've gone from maintaining a police force of 185 sworn officers to a police force of nominally 145, but actually less than 100. And I'm not sure how we got here, but one of the things, and I was trying to find this before, and I want to thank a resident for actually sending me the transcript, but on June 30th of 2020, then Councilmember J. L. Meyer made the following motion. Quote, direct staff to prepare a plan to transition from Richmond's current community policing model to a plan conducive to reduce police force and return to council with a preferred policing model and a plan for implementation by the end of the fiscal year, unquote. And I think that, you know, we've heard tonight about some people just saying incredibly derogatory things about police officers. And, you know, they always say, well, it's not all of them. It's just, let's just get rid of the bad ones. And one of the things that I really appreciate reading, I read these every week, are the weekly patrol reports that the police department publishes. And if you all don't read these, you really should, because it gives you some insight into what they do. This is just for the week July 15th through 17th, 2022. So it's last week. So they reported illegal possession of a firearm, assault with a deadly weapon, and I'm going to go back to a couple of them: lewd acts with a minor, battery, illegal possession of an assault weapon, evading arrest, domestic battery, assault, grand theft, warrant arrest, parole violation, sideshow, armed robbery, stolen vehicle recovery, outside agency assistance, helping locate somebody who fled from a stolen vehicle, sideshow, warrant arrest. And so that's what these guys are doing out there. Now, a lot people seem to have this perception that somehow a police officer cannot handle anything that doesn't involve violence. But look at some of the other things they do. Vegetation fire traffic control. RPD officers provided traffic control in the area of Richmond Parkway and Giant Highway as Richmond firefighters extinguished a multi-alarm vegetation fire. Missing person located. Officers responded to the 2900 block of Moran Avenue regarding a missing person who was at risk due to medical conditions. Detectives responded to assume the investigation, and the subject was later safely located. Mental health crisis. Officers responded to the 2700 block of Clinton Avenue regarding an individual who was possibly experiencing a mental health crisis. When officers arrived, the subject climbed a ladder to the roof of his residence and made incoherent statements about his perceived safety and refused to come down. So what did they do? Shoot him? No, they didn't do that. Officers continued to negotiate with the subject as county resources, mobile crisis unit, were contacted to assist with negative results. After nearly 2 hours with no change in the subject's behavior and no additional resources available to assist, officers ultimately determined the subject was not a threat to public safety and cleared the scene. So the point I'm making is that our police officers are routinely involved in dealing with very dangerous and very violent people, and a lot of issues involving guns. But at the same time, they successfully and deftly handle other issues, including medical issues and including mental health issues. They do a good job of it. Now, and I just get tired of people saying that police can't do this. They do a terrible job at it. That there's always this insinuation that if an officer encounters somebody having a mental health crisis, you know, they're going to do some violent act against them. It just doesn't happen. It's not borne out. And so I think what we're looking at here is really a major split in the community, and certainly on the city council, between those of us who believe that our police force are made up mostly of good people, and that they do a lot of good things for the community, a lot of wide variety of good things, and that they're absolutely necessary. And then we need more of them, not fewer of them. And then there's other people out there who believe we need fewer police. And, you know, the majority of our city council believes that. So I don't know how we resolve this, but, you know, one way is let the voters decide. We just, you know, the city council just passed a rent control thing, you know, to let the voters decide. So we've got a couple of items here. One is an action the city council could actually take to set a staffing goal for the police department, and the other one is to put that goal on the ballot and get the opinion of citizens. So I'll conclude with that, and I will invite Chief French to say a few words.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30? Can I make the motion to extend the meeting till 11:30, please?
You can make that motion. Is there
Could we, Councilmember Willis, could we, I mean, I'm thinking we have several items left. Maybe we should make a motion to finish the agenda since this is our last meeting. And I know we need 5
If the mayor
votes.
will let me make it, because I know in the past we've tried that, but he said just wait till we get to 11:30. So that's up to
Well,
him.
if you want to go past 11:30, it's the only difference is that it'll take a super majority.
And you have to make part of the motion to
I
suspend
make
the
a motion
rules.
to suspend the rules to finish up the remaining items on the agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by McLaughlin. And I got to tell you, I'm leaving at midnight. I don't care what you guys do. I'm never going to meet past midnight again. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion, honestly.
We started at 4 o'clock today, and
Yeah.
by midnight we will have been at this for 8 hours, which is insane. So let's go ahead and
I'd
vote.
like to make a substitute
Maybe
motion.
y'all should start the meetings then.
Let's vote on the motion, Madam Clerk.
Guess not.
There was a Councilmember Johnson wanted to make a substitute motion.
Did I hear that? Johnson? Okay, go ahead.
I did. I was just going to make the substitute motion that we continue the meeting into the end of this item.
The end of which item?
The item that we're on, Y2, Y3, the combination item that we're on. Because
Okay.
I have a feeling that that's
Councilmember
good. I have a
Johnson?
feeling, please let me finish talking. I should not have to ask that.
I was going to do a
Let
friendly
me,
amendment.
Where till he finishes?
Sure, sure.
It's not friendly if you're interrupting me.
I didn't know you weren't.
All I'm saying is, let's finish this item, wrap it up, and because I do have a feeling. I mean, we got 7 speakers now, but I do have a feeling that once we get into the speakers, that it is going to go until midnight.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Is there a
So I
second?
would like to ask for a friendly amendment
Okay.
that we finish this item and the next item about Righted Road, which is a really important one. I know the mayor has been asking for Righted Road sunset for a while. So I would like to ask Councilmember Johnson if you would add that onto your substitute.
What say you, Councilmember Johnson?
I'm extremely apprehensive because
Just say
I
yes
know
or
that
no.
this item is about to go until midnight, and we're gonna start losing council members at midnight. Like we
Okay.
have to be realistic about what we can get done in this amount of time.
Okay, well, just say yes or no.
I'm no, even if my motion dies, no.
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor,
uh,
point of order.
all right.
We have a rule that all of us agreed to, that we go to 11:30 with a motion. Once we reach 11:30, then you vote on a supermajority to extend it. Let's follow the rules that we established.
Well, I think we could, I think we could take a vote now to go past 11:30. You know, I don't have a problem with that. So Councilmember Johnson made a substitute motion. Is there a second? Heck, I'll second it. Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion.
What's the substitute motion?
Substitute motion was to finish up items Y2 and Y3 and call it a night.
No, I think my personal feeling, there's another item that we should also discuss. So I'll vote no, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates, you're voting no on the substitute motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
I vote no, and I would like to have the Righted Road.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
No.
Councilmember Willis?
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
No.
Mayor Butt?
No.
No, I actually,
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Mixed up. Okay.
The motion fails with Councilmember Johnson and Mayor Butt voting yes.
So the main motion, refresh my memory what the main motion was, Councilmember McLaughlin.
I'd actually like to modify my motion just to do this item and Y4 and then end the meeting, actually.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, cool.
So the motion is to suspend the rules, finish item Y2 and Y3 and then Y4.
Yes.
There's no time limit.
I mean, if we can all limit our personal statements and just let our statements be made through our vote, then we can time ourselves.
That's the part that's not gonna happen, Melvin.
I know, I'm just saying.
Everybody is gonna give a dissertation and grandstand on these next few items.
Let's call the roll on that, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilmember Bates?
Oh.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
No, I don't believe in my colleagues.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez? Vice Mayor Martinez, you're muted.
My apologies. Yes.
Okay, and Mayor Butt?
No.
Okay, the motion fails with Council Members Bates, Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting no, and Council Members Jimenez, McLaughlin, Willis, and Vice Mayor Martinez voting yes.
So can we at least get a motion to continue meeting till 11:30?
I so move.
Okay, let's call a roll on that one.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Wow,
Point,
unanimous vote.
point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We're going to have to call a special meeting to get Y4 done. We absolutely have to do that because that's a necessity. So if we don't do it tonight, I'm going to suggest that we have a vote to call a special meeting, perhaps on Friday morning.
Well,
I would prefer it happen tonight.
whatever you want to do.
So,
Okay, let's
should
move
I-
ahead. Let's go ahead with Y2 and Y3.
Should we make the motion? Should I make the motion now to have a special meeting on Friday morning? Since we can't, since that we're all here now.
I will second that.
Point of order.
All right, we have
Are
a
in the middle of
motion
a
and a
motion?
second.
Well, what our rules say is that any 4 council members can call a special meeting. So all you got to do, you don't have to make a motion. You just got to get 4 council members to agree with you and notify the city clerk.
Well, we're here, and I know the previous city attorney always said we could make it, but
I'm just telling you,
fine.
you don't have
We
to
will
make.
work out the scheduling, at least 4 of us, but hopefully more. And we'll have to have a special meeting.
And apparently it's not a Brown Act violation.
I was gonna say, isn't that a Brown?
No, it's not a Brown Act violation for
Okay.
4 council members.
You can
Just
call,
for the
you can call a special meeting. The mayor's right. If you want to, tomorrow call a special meeting. It takes either the mayor can call it or it takes 4 council members to call it.
So,
We can proceed with the agenda, Madam, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I think you guys know what you need to do. If you want to call a special meeting, let's proceed with Y2 and Y3. And I think where we were is we were waiting for the police chief to share some information with us.
Thank you, Mayor Butt and City Council. I'll try to be brief. So our current state of affairs is that we only have about 100 officers currently working. And that takes into consideration all the vacancies that we have, as well as the injured, the people that are off on injury. So 100 total officers working for the city. And so, like you said, that's about 85 officers down from just a few years ago.
Pardon me,
So-
briefly. Councilmember Bates, you're unmuted. I just hear the clicking from your keyboard. That's all.
I
So
believe that might be coming from our city clerk taking notes. No?
Not me.
I apologize. It was coming from me.
See, it's so
All right,
late,
Councilmember
so
Bates.
late already. You guys are getting slap happy. Okay, go ahead, Chief French.
So you've heard from many members of my staff that have called in this week and last week about low morale due to staffing and contract issues. And the staffing issue is the probably the biggest one the police department is facing right now and will be facing for the next several years. My staff are working completely overworked. They're working 16 and 18-hour days, and that's just not sustainable. Sick calls are on the rise. We've been hit with officers getting COVID and being out, and we just were, like the caller said earlier, pulling from our investigative units. There's mandatory overtime. Everybody has to work it, and it's just very taxing on the staff. So the number 165 officers will give us the ability to better serve the community. It will help us to better staff our investigative units. We've gone from having a full staff back when I was in investigations of close to about 50 detectives to having about 23 detectives this year. And that means that there's just a lot of crimes that we don't have the ability to investigate. Earlier tonight, there was a caller that said catalytic converter thefts, that there's nothing that we can do about that anyways. However, I actually beg to differ. I think that catalytic thefts have been a huge problem in our community. And if we had the amount of officers that we actually need, then we can put officers to actually do surveillance and do some things that we could catch the people that, are doing these crimes that are impacting, the most vulnerable in our community. So it would allow us to better staff our investigative units. It would allow us the ability to work on projects and special assignments. We get tons of complaints on illegal dumping. We used to be able to do surveillance and actually have special operations where we could catch some of these people that are doing the illegal dumping in our city. We're no longer able to do that. Just this week, I received an email about nuisance property or nuisance around the Nevin Center with blatant drug dealing and stuff like that. And we just don't have the staffing to address it. Beat officers try to address it when they can, but when we have the staffing available, 165 officers, we would be able to make that a special project where we can work that and eliminate that problem. Violent crime offenders, this is a huge one that we didn't want to lose, but one of our specialty assignments was being able to go after the violent crime offenders, the people that are actually doing shootings in our community. And we did that by, when we had a shooting, trying to figure out, where there would likely be retaliatory shootings, who would likely be doing the retaliatory shootings. And we don't even have a team to even assess that anymore. We just kind of, run from call to call. Sideshows, which have been a huge issue, like our partner city in Oakland, they have special details that have officers come in on the nights that sideshows are likely to happen, Friday and Saturday nights, and they specifically target that. We don't have the resources to do that. So while staffing up to 165 officers will take several years, even if we had the candidates right now, we couldn't just hire 25 officers this year because we don't have the ability to train them. So it will take several years to ramp up to that. But I think that taking this stance and having a minimum staffing of 165 will provide confidence to my staff that things will get better. Right now, I think that they're just worried that there might be additional cuts and that things, might not get better within their tenure here. So taking the stance that we will have 165 officers, and that's what we're going to work to, will be a commitment basically from you all saying that you are committed to fully staffing our police department. More officers will lead to less overtime and job security for those that are still unsure of whether, again, layoffs will happen or if there's going to be any more talks of cuts as we had in the past. So I think that those are the reasons why we should commit to at least a minimum staffing of 165. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Are there any questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
I just had one. How many patrol officers do we have patrolling the street that hopefully will stop some of these speedsters and so forth?
And patrol as a total, we only have 45 officers in patrol as a total. That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's
on the streets at one time.
No, on the streets at one time, we have at the minimum, well, we say, and I'm going to be completely honest, we say at the minimum 9 officers. However, because of the staffing levels being the way they are, sometimes we have dropped less than 9 officers in the recent months. So if an officer's been at work for over 18 hours, we have to send them home. They have to get rest before they come back to work. So there have been times during the day where we've had as low as 7 officers patrolling the streets at any given time.
Okay, well, Mr. Mayor, to expedite this and hopefully we can get to the right road, I'd like to make a motion. Do we have, well, I know do we have speakers also?
I'm sure we have a lot of speakers.
We have 12 speakers right now.
Well, okay, well, I don't know how we're going to, we have to allow the speakers, but I was hopefully trying to expedite the meeting by making a motion. Hopefully we could.
Well, we gotta go through protocol. And the first thing we do is take questions from council members. I saw Councilmember Jimenez's hand up, but then it went down. Are you up or down? Councilor Jimenez, do you want to speak? Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to have this proposal represent a significant and potential long-term budgetary impact. We have been discussing that there is 30 sworn police vacancies plus people injured. And we are doing some recruitment for that. And we also are in MOU negotiations. So I just wanted to see what are the budgetary implications and what is the initial cost of 20 officer positions, accountant with what we are also doing with the MOUs. And what is the long-term cost of this? Who is going to answer that?
I'm sorry, I don't have the fiscal impact of that.
Okay, so
Okay.
I think this is something that is important for us to know. Unfortunately, I cannot share a closed session, but it's just in the back of my mind around that. So I think like is important to have that when we are talking about budget, these kind of issues that represent budgetary impacts in the city. I also want to, I just kind of like guaranteeing a minimum number of positions will also be, I just feel fiscally in some ways irresponsible because the budgetary part that we don't know. And I think this is important. The 2023 budget of 72.9 million in the RPD positions is what we budgeted, and it also represents 39% of the overall of the general fund. So we need to balance. While we balance that, we need to balance that people also want other services that they are counting for. And if we cannot have that, it will be difficult. And also, like, I just want to illustrate, and maybe you can report on that, but the data that I have in 2019 and 2020, when they were 170 sworn officers, RPD charged for 6.6 million and 5 million in overtime, respectively. Last year, in 2022, the police officers charged, the police department charged 4.3 million. So I just wondering, with this data that we are having, how having more police will result in less overtime when we see from the data that we have in the city that when there was 170 sworn officers, there were more charges for overtime than in 2022.
Well, I can say that back then we did do a lot more than what we are doing now in terms of projects and community meetings, community activities. We used to be at every single community event across the city. Even with 165 officers, I wouldn't guarantee that we were going to be at every event across the city. So we would have to still temper what we do moving into the future to what we did back then. But back then, the chief at the time had a policy that we were going to be everywhere that we could. We realize now, with the budgeting being the way it is, that that's just not, it's not practical anymore. And going back to your comment about the budget and fiscal responsibility. So I do have to say that this is not something that's going to happen within the next year or even 2 years, maybe even 3 years. We're down so many officers right now that it's going to take us probably the next year or two just to get up to the 145 that we are currently authorized. So this is something that will be planned for years following that, where we can ramp up our hiring and get people to fill those positions that are currently vacant and then get up to that 165 number.
Okay. I think like my last comment is that I think we should be doing all the things that we can do to really fulfill the vacancies and get it up to 145 and see how have the cost of how much this is going to cost, and then putting out there what we can balance and what we will have to cut in order to have 155 police officers, and see how that it results. Because people want to have other services, people want to have the parks repaired, the weeds cut, the city cleaned, and more of that. So I feel like there is, and also there is a trend of getting difficult to have more police officers. So I feel like it's also about how we are being creative with what the trend is telling us. And this is why the community mental health response, crisis response is going to be there, is going to be up and running. We are doing an analysis of the 911 calls, and we are expecting that to have some results about how we can also provide public safety in different ways. So I think for me it's more about getting this police officer up to 145 and then evaluate with more information to see how we can do it. As you said, it will take is longer. So putting out here something that maybe it will change in the time, I don't think is the way that I would like to approach this situation. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis, you had a hand up earlier. You still want to speak, or?
Let's go to public speakers. I can.
Let's go to the public speakers, Madam Clerk.
We currently have,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sorry about that. We currently have 18 speakers. The first group is Mark Wasberg, Oscar Garcia, Alex Mazuet, phone number ending in 0188, Michael Glickson, Mr. Phillips, and Deborah. Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I had a ride along with the Richmond PD when French was writing tickets. I know what these cops had to go through. We was chasing drug dealers inside the Iron Triangle. Then a half hour later, we went to a shooting where that 5-year-old boy got blasted by a shotgun. Now, you're going to have to realize something. Ever since the Floyd incident, the police have been created as some type of bad guys and criminals. And this task force, like I said before, ain't nothing but a joke. The whole thing is stupid, just to get rid of the police. The reason why they're cost so much money to hire people because people are being afraid to be cops. These people are, like I said, these people are being assassinated. And they had the Richmond City Council sitting there saying, well, we need to focus on public safety. Well, how are you going to have public safety when you have no police? Are you going to call your next door neighbor when somebody's stealing your catalytic converter? If anybody stole my catalytic converter, I will shoot them. I wouldn't even hesitate. That's where it's getting to be now. People are going to start taking the law in their own hands because you got your own government hating the cops. This is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was, like I said before, it's after the Floyd incident that caused this whole thing about hating the police, defunding the police, get rid of the police, and all this stupid task force and having the community policing. It's a joke. All it is a diversion to get rid of the police because you got a bunch of anarchist idiots Mostly the Democratic Party wants to get rid of the cops. This is the most stupidest thing I ever heard in my entire life. You people took an oath to the Constitution, protect our safety as an American citizens. That's why we have law enforcement in the first place. Matter of fact, I want every cop to take a vacation for 1 month and go on leave or whatever and see what happens. Then you could call your task force.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, lifelong resident of Richmond, live in the Iron Triangle, and I'm calling in full support of this proposal. As heard not only in today's city council, but in many prior city councils, there's a severe understaffing in the city of Richmond's police department. For a city as big as Richmond, we should not have as many police officers as the city of San Pablo, which is much smaller. And that's currently the case. We have almost about the same number of officers at San Pablo, as shocking as that may sound. And if fiscal responsibility is of concern to the city council as part of this measure, I would encourage Councilmember Jimenez to perhaps reallocate the monies being considered for the mental health response teams that are being considered specific to the city of Richmond, something that this county is already going to provide for the city. So to me, it sounds like duplication and monies and services that the county will be providing. So instead, those monies should be reallocated to this measure, and hopefully that will make Council Member Jimenez feel more comfortable with supporting this measure that has support throughout the community, including within the Community Police Review Commission, the commission that Councilmember Jimenez serves as the council member liaison, and she's fully aware of the strong support that we have for this measure. Thank you.
So it's 11:28. We're going to have a vote to go past 11:30. If somebody wants to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll move that we suspend the rules and go past 11:30.
And finish this item.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates? You're muted.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes, and Gail, I am down to come on Friday and finish the agenda too.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Alex Mazuet.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good evening, Alex Mazuet, Richmond resident, and I do appreciate the work the police do, and I thank them and Chief French for everything they do. But I do not think that more funding for Richmond Police Department is what we need. In my neighborhood in Belden Woods, we're about 9,000 people, and we don't need more policing, but we do need more infrastructure. Our streets need to be repaved. The renovation of our wastewater system is already helping, but many more streets need the city's attention. We need speed bumps in some of our streets and roundabouts at intersections. We need infill housing development, managed, planned, and executed by our city and our local construction housing companies, not by global construction corporations. We need small neighborhood cafes much more than we need liquor stores, since we already have a lot of those. We could use a small arts and crafts center for neighbors of all ages, kids and elderlies. We also could use more indoor space with good sound insulation that neighbors who play music or want to have a party can reserve for free or rent at very affordable rates. We need after-school tutoring by local residents and at least one after-school childcare service here as well, as affordable as the city can make it. Those are some of our needs in Building Woods, and I would imagine other neighborhoods have similar needs as well. This is how a neighborhood can thrive. And when a neighborhood thrives, it has purpose, it has meaning, and crime goes down. So I do not support the two ballot measures described in Y2 and 3 because I don't think they can give us the kinds of projects and events and activities that can help Richmond people develop their creativity, engineering.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is phone number ending in 0188. Phone number ending in 0188. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Eleanor Thompson, and I am totally for having the police department fully funded, and community policing did work, and it worked under Chief Lansdowne, and it was changed when we got Chief Samuel in. So that one didn't work as well. But community policing does work, and I feel that we should get total 165 officers, if that's what is required to make sure that our city is safe. We need street paving and all of that, but we have a lot of crime in the Iron Triangle and in North Richmond, those type of areas, South Richmond. So therefore, I feel that when you say defund the police, then you are saying that you don't want the police. And maybe you like the police, but you don't want them when you say defund them. So if you cut in their monies where there's not enough money for them to operate, then you're saying you don't want policing, but we do. And I'm glad to have Chief French back. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Glickson.
Hello, Michael Glickson. I live in Richmond. I'm going to keep my comments brief because it's late. So I am firmly against both of these items, Y2 and Y3. If we cannot recruit to get to 145, why are we setting a goal of 165? This seems like a bit of a stunt, unfortunately, and it's a talking point that somebody will get to talk about, that the city council is anti-police. So that's a really old trope, and hopefully not a lot of people believe it. But honestly, and also putting it on the ballot, that's not how we do our budget, as far as I know. So I've taken 46 seconds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is Mr. Phillips. I have very few things to say about this. One, I support full staffing of the police department. I believe in community policing because it has been proven to work. I think that the ballot measure process in the city of Richmond has been misused. I believe that it has been misused oftentimes for political reasons. It is the council's responsibility to set staffing levels for the various departments with the advice of staff. I encourage the city council to do its job and set minimum staffing levels for the PD without spending taxpayer dollars that we all know we do not have. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Deborah, and the next group of speakers are Luis Chacon, Don Gosney, Randy Joseph, Emily Ross, Helen Burks, and Olivia Johnson. Deborah?
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small again, Richmond resident, chair of the Reimagining Richmond Public Safety Community Task Force. I also happen to be a senior who has a child in Richmond Public Schools. And I say that because all of those roles are the reason that I'm here. I think it's important for us to think about what it is that we're saying when we give preference to law enforcement over human services. It says that we think it's more important to police our children than to offer them the kind of social supports that they need, that they're currently not getting in our public schools. We're saying that it's more important to police people with mental health problems than to give them the services that they need, which is reflected in our budget. I want to stop and say that I am very happy that Chief French is back. We've missed her. I'm really grateful that she's here, and I look forward to continuing to work with her as we go forward with this process of reimagining what public safety means in this city. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We have over-relied on police to address social problems, and that has not solved any of our social problems. All it has resulted in is more criminalization, more people in prison, more people who were unable to participate in the labor force because of their involvement in the criminal justice system. What we're trying to do in Richmond and what we have done in Richmond is develop innovative approaches to address our problems that serve our citizens and can also be a model for the rest of the country of what it means to have public policies that are based in compassion, evidence, science, and human rights. I applaud those members of the City Council who believe that, who advocate for that, and vote for that. And I hope that you'll continue to do so.
Our next speaker is Luis Chacon.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. Just really quick, I urge us to do the really difficult work of figuring out what we need in our community to reduce crime in the first place. We keep spinning our wheels on how we can achieve safety in our community, and it's not getting us anywhere. We really can't keep relying on a false sense of security that relies on incarceration and arrest rather than healing and opportunities for restoration and real transformation. For too long, we've relied on just disposing of people who end up leaving our communities, but leaving others behind that end up hurt and end up creating harm in our community. And it's just become a cycle at this point. And we're not going to be able to hire ourselves out of this problem. We need to take a more serious and long-term approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Gosney.
Like a lot of my neighbors, it bothers me that we have so many people here in Richmond that truly hate the idea of a police department. They believe that they and their friends are good and decent people, but when they break the law, that the community should excuse them for their lawlessness. They believe that there should be no consequences for their actions, and they have friends that organize and plead their positions to elected officials. We have a case here tonight where we're hearing from numerous neighbors that do not want police officers here in Richmond. One of the arguments they make so often is that crime is actually down here in Richmond, so we don't need as many officers as in the past. What they're ignoring is that reported crimes are down. In the police department lobby, there's a large sign telling us that the RPD does not have the resources to investigate most crimes. When you go to their website to report a crime, in big bold letters, there's a notification that's saying the exact same thing and informing the public that most crimes will not be investigated, and these forms are only for insurance purposes. Well, what happens when crime is in an area so bad that you can't even get a quote for homeowners insurance? I know about that. I can't get it. Why should we bother to waste our time filling out the forms when there's no benefit to us? As I reported before, in the first 4.5 months of last year, I had 2 arson fires, 8 break-ins and thefts into my backyard, 2 more in my front yard, and an unhoused gentleman coming to my front door, cash in hand, wanting to buy methamphetamine. But because these crimes were never reported, the crime stats say that my neighborhood is safe. And despite what we hear so often, no, not all of the people committing these crimes have mental issues. We have some bad people out there and they embrace their criminal activities. It doesn't help when we have community leaders trying to justify their evil doing criminal ways or pushing for forgiveness and justification for their actions. We need trained officers of the law, but right now our community is telling the very people we expect to protect us that they're not wanted here in Richmond. Now is the time to step up to actually protect those of us who are victims of these unreported crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Randy Joseph, Orange Triangle resident, CPRC commissioner and task force member. I just want to start off by saying that we've heard all these comments from the community, and not one person has come up here and said that there should be no police. I don't know where Mayor Butt and other people are getting that. Nobody has said that. Nobody is not going to say that. What we're saying is that we want investment in community first. My thing is that we're down 30 officers. We're having struggles hiring them, and the plan is to fix that, is to raise it by 20 and now try to hire 50 officers. Yeah, that makes sense. We need to invest in our community. Yet, do I think that we need for us to see if 165 work, we got to make sure that 145 work first. Can we hire to get there first to see if that works? Then we have, I'm for the CPRC and I am against this plan. Not everybody in the CPRC is for this. I'm against this plan of wasting money, putting money in a thing that's not going to come to fruition for 3 years. We need to focus on making sure we get to 145 and making sure to see how it works there before we get there. We're at 98 officers. So earlier caller said we're at San Pablo's level. San Pablo's at 58. We're not at San Pablo's level, so that person also lied. The issue is that we need our police to get to their normal staffing levels before we can get a clear view of what's happening in the city to see if the police can handle what they can do. Raising it and making us do extra work, not understanding the budgetary impacts, not seeing how much it costs, not seeing what will be cut, is not the way to do this. We need to make sure that we have a police force that is effective, and the first thing to make it effective is to make sure it gets to its proper number 145 before we have a conversation about adding 20 more. I use my time.
The next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, Emily Ross, Richmond resident. I'll try to keep it short for you all. I don't support these items. I don't think that voting yes on these items offers the solutions that are claimed. I don't think voting yes means you support the police and voting no means you don't. It's not that simple. I understand that morale may be down as a result of the staffing shortage. I think that's the case for several departments across our city, and I commend all workers who are working hard for this community, including those at significantly lower pay rates than police officers. I hear our council making a commitment to filling the vacancies in our police department, and our PD and HR should be doing everything they can to make Richmond an appealing destination for candidates. The request doesn't totally make sense given that budget discussions were just held a month ago and this didn't come up then. The fact that the council supported the budget that was proposed by RPD less than a month ago, it's just not clear. And I think it's concerning that the questions raised by Councilmember Jimenez about the budgetary impacts weren't even attempted to be answered by Mayor Budd or Councilmember Bates, because the associated costs are significant. So we need the ability to be flexible in our budgeting as we adapt to community needs. So I encourage you to vote no tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen Burks, and the next group of speakers will be Olivia Johnson, Steve Bischoff, Yenny Garcia, Philip Rosenthal, Eunice, and Jesse Tran. Helen?
Good evening, everyone. I also just wanted to call in to discuss this measure, the two items that are being talked about. I think many of the people who've called in support have an emphasis on community policing. And something that I want to just highlight with that is that half of even that phrase is community. And for me, what I would like to see is more community involvement in a lot of the how of how this would even work. So for instance, as Chief French stated, how much overtime goes is also set by priorities that are set within a department of what services are offered. For instance, going to all events, well, that might not be something that the community is requesting or wanting. So I think there needs to be greater collaboration. And unfortunately, I think putting this idea forward without all the details actually hurts collaboration between the community and the police department. And why I say that is, for me, as a resident and looking at this, the how is unclear. How much money is this going to be? How does this impact other services? What would this be prioritized over as a funding need? What is the timeline of this happening? What year does it go into effect? What does the projections of our finances look like in a couple years? As the last couple years have shown us, budgets and financial sources and everything can be hard to predict during this time. And as an educator, I've seen what can happen when we set minimum levels while we're in a bad financial place and while hiring pool is tough. You end up with greater vacancies. You end up with not being able to provide the services that you have. And I would rather us focus on providing the services with the current funding levels and reaching together towards that. I think any effort that can promote our collaboration is going to help us both. And I think right now, with the how being unclear and the timeline being vague, it's only serving to undermine current efforts to look at comprehensive safety.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Olivia Johnson.
Yeah, I'll be speaking. The first thing to note is that this whole process tonight has just been really disappointing to hear how the reception has been to this, watching council members, even currently looking at their phones, seeming totally disinterested with this entire process and this community forum. People need to be listening to this. Council members, you need to be listening to this. This is a vital topic in this community. I've heard a lot of talk about, well, the advocates of the restorative justice model or the model to the Richmond Progressive Alliance, whatever the talking points are, is that you have to read between the lines on what the messaging is. And yes, there's no explicit "we don't want police" within the statements, but when you start reading the rhetoric, it is clear that police are not the priority. And yes, we need to involve in a broad field approach here, blanket it so that all areas are covered. We need education, we need childcare, we need people to be looked after, but you can't say that society will be better off with less police services. Police are a necessary function to this democracy, to a healthy society, to people feeling safe in their communities. You need that for this to work. I just hope that we can stop talking about a minimum staffing level. It's just ridiculous that this is even a talking point. It's just crazy that this is now midnight and we're talking about this. Just approve the measure. It's insane. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve Bischoff, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was a little further down the line in the number of speakers.
Okay.
I want to say a couple of things about this. One is, based on what we had done in the past, 165 officers doesn't seem really out of line. The fact is, it's going to take a long time to get anywhere near that. So if it turns out in retrospect, we don't really need that many officers, we can stop doing it. At this point, though, there are areas where the city is not doing a job particularly at all right now. Traffic is one of them. In my neighborhood, we don't have a lot of other kinds of issues in many cases, but if you live, as I do, 1 block from Valley View Road, you know that there are just a hell of a lot of people who have a hard time reading speed signs at all. And when you hear reports from people in other neighborhoods, speeding is a problem, and it's something that we don't really try to address right now. It's an area where we could use some additional resources. And the other thing is, the effect of some of the things that have been approved and seeing what difference they may make, since we haven't yet got a crisis service, we will, after we can get something set up, we'll get a sense of how much difference that makes. But, right now it's sort of like we took money away from the police to do crisis services that we're not doing. What we really need to do is try to build up what we've got here and look carefully at what else is going on. I mean, maybe the 9/11 calls will prove that we don't need some kind of response that we've got right now. But we really need to do a lot better than what we're doing. And I hope that we'll find some way to vote yes on this. And if not, I really hope you guys will be willing to put it on the ballot and see what the city folks think about this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yenny Garcia.
Yes, hello, good evening. Again, Yenny Garcia. I'm the chair to the Community Police Review Commission, and I'm sad that we won't be able to hear our item, but nevertheless, I did want to say that I agree that we should definitely focus on filling the vacancies, and I want to specifically speak on hiring people that actually know our community, that are from our community, that we invest. I was happy to see that Officer Vargas was sworn in not too long ago, and she's a young lady that I've met on ride-alongs or, and as a cadet, and now will be policing our streets. And I believe that those are the cops that we need to focus on and making sure that in the meantime, while we are getting all these other programs implemented in our community and have more boots on the ground that can take care of us, we are focusing on making sure that these officers we are hiring are good ones. I also want to shout out Officer Meters, Jamal Meters. I went on a ride along recently with him in the southern central part of Richmond. I've gone on many ride-alongs. I've met many cops, but specifically good cops like them. They need to be praised and make sure that we are holding on to these folks so that they don't want to leave to other departments, so that we don't lose police officers that know our community, that speak to our community, that are loving, that are empathetic, that are really good to our community, that I don't want to see them get lost to other departments because the city of Richmond can't do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Philip Rosenthal.
Thank you all. I do want to point out, I think that the clock we're 7 minutes away from midnight. One of the crimes that's happening in Richmond is that public safety is being discussed at midnight when most people with children or jobs can't do what I did, which was set an alarm clock for 11:45 to get up and speak on this subject. Safety, security, and finances are some of the most important things to quality of life, which is apparently a pornographic term in this city. If we are allowed to sleep quietly without sideshows outside our doors, if we can make it through the night without our neighbors' catalytic converters being ground. This is a pretty important issue, but I really want to talk to Claudia specifically. During the pandemic, not a single penny of city laborers belonging to the unions that most strongly support Claudia was furloughed. Lifeguards worked at full salary for 2 years by doing absolutely nothing. So if you're looking for money, maybe we can talk about cutting salaries or money from all of the union salaries and not just the police and fire. Recently, a couple of years ago, with Tom Butt's help, we dealt with a problem in the building department where a clerk did every aspect of her job incorrectly and permitted a building that was dangerous and illegal. She makes $170,000 a year with full benefits and full retirement to work behind a desk and do her job wrong. Let's take a look at cutting those budgets.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessie Tran, and the next group of speakers will be Andrea, Sean Dunning, Jamin Purcell, Marisol Cantu, and Eunice. Jessie, you may begin.
Okay, so I agree that there definitely needs to be more police. However, I think that having a minimum staff requirement is going to encourage keeping police who, the bad apples on staff rather than getting rid of them. I think there are things that we can do to ameliorate crime in Richmond that are not necessarily hiring the police too. I mean, I think putting security cameras, putting ticketing cameras so that speeders will be held to account. In wide intersections, there could be the textured speed dots so that there can't be any sideshows. You can't do a sideshow if there's textured dots on the ground that you drive over. I think that security cameras will stop a lot of criminals. And remember that there are criminal police officers too. People can be shot by, someone robbing a store, but there can also be kids shot by police. And that's also something to take into account. And I don't hate the police. The police are great. I'm speaking as someone whose mother was murdered, and the murder was not investigated because they didn't think it could be, they didn't know for a fact that it could be prosecuted correctly. So yeah, I do wish there were more police, but I wish there were more good police. And I wish the ones that give the rest of them a bad name, I wish there was some way to hold them accountable. Also, I don't think we have to choose the most expensive option first. I think there are other ways of ameliorating the cost. I think talking about this until we know what the budget is not.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Andrea.
Good evening. I am Andrea. I am a Richmond resident, and I am also a public librarian. And many have spoken beautifully about the need to reimagine what safety looks like in our communities, and I will join my comments to them. But I wanted to focus on this question of the money, because we've heard over and over again tonight that there are tons of vacancies, that more people are leaving the police department. We know that we can't hire to the current staffing levels. And so increasing those staffing levels in the budget means that there's going to be money sitting there at the end. And as a person who I'm not an expert in staffing levels, which actually is kind of the point. I don't think citizens should be in charge of the staffing levels of the police department. But I am somebody who watches public budgets pretty carefully because my livelihood depends on it. And what I know as a public librarian who's been in a place that is understaffed is that seeing the vacancy number grow while the budget also grows does not help morale. What it ends up being is some kind of slush fund. And workers should not be like a Christmas club where the city council or other people hide money to use for special projects later. It's dispiriting at best. And so if we can't hire to 145, why would we even begin to consider raising that number? Unless we follow the money and see where that's gonna go. We just completed a budget, let's live within it. It seems really ridiculous right now to talk about changing those dollars when we know it's not real. So I'm absolutely opposed to these. I thank you for your courage in standing up against this narrative about public safety, which we also know is not true.
Next speaker is Sean Dunning.
Hi, good evening. This is Sean Dunning. The most disheartening aspect of this entire discussion is the fact that we all know, I think anyone who's been attending these meetings knows that no matter what's discussed here, it will have absolutely no effect on the votes our elected representatives are about to take. And I don't mean that in favor of one side or the other in this debate. I think we've got it all backwards. There's a lot of really passionate, honest sharing from a lot of different perspectives here. And the sad thing is it's all completely irrelevant right now, because we're not in a mode of problem solving. We're not solving any problems by voting one way or another on this. I really hope looking forward that the leaders of our city can get this kind of attention to a conversation before something comes up for a vote, because I have no doubt that we could find solutions that would address concerns that I'm hearing from all sides here. And I don't think that's unreasonable. But, this debate of you're right, you're wrong, it's not getting us anywhere. And I know we can get somewhere. So, take it for what you will, but hopefully my comment means a little bit more than just saying you're right or wrong. And let's just keep this in mind as we go forward. Thanks.
The next speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. First, I would like to say I am thankful that Chief French is back. That said, I don't think that J. Jonah Jameson sort of fear tactics about with anecdotes about crimes not being reported doesn't really help this conversation. If the statistics were saying in favor of that there was a rise in crime, they would absolutely be using it. But because it doesn't fit the narrative, they're immediately trying to dismiss them and discredit them. No one has said that they're anti-police. They're anti-bad policing, which Richmond does have a history of. Yes, we are moving to a community policing model, but it has been a long process to get there. And to say that it was some sort of utopian moment that we have walked away from is ridiculous. I think we're still working towards a better police department here in Richmond. We like having good police chiefs, which I also think that we should stop with this narrative, though, that the police are supposed to do everything. They're not supposed to be Atlas. Everything is not supposed to be upon their shoulders. That is why when we looked at reallocation, it was into mental health services, into youth intervention, into office, into bringing up the Office of Neighborhood Safety, into the helping the unhoused. If we want to talk about defunding, we should be talking about the defunding of our libraries, things that actually help people across the board better themselves and give so many resources to people and they're not related to, that help them in a number of ways. Budgetary concerns like this are inappropriate to be a measure. And I guess I'm running out of time, but I would like to agree with Yenny Garcia and fill them with local community
Thank you.
members.
Your time has expired.
Hey, Madam Clerk, how many more speakers do we have?
We have 3 more.
Okay.
The next speaker is Marisol Cantu.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third-generation Richmond resident and a Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force member. I strongly oppose these 2 items. I think there are too many unanswered questions, including the budgetary impact, the timeline, and just the lack of pure evidence and research on this 20 officers. It seems extremely arbitrary. I do think that there needs to be a focus on recruitment to fill the vacant positions. We have not actually seen RPD with the full 145. So this seems just really premature to put this onto a ballot measure when it'll take us 1 to 2 years just to see us at 145, along with knowing that there is preventative and interventive and transformative measures like the Office of Neighborhood Safety, who is really addressing the root crime of problem, who's intervening when there is violence. And there has been an increase of 8 neighborhood change agents that are working with youth and the schools to really make sure that we are addressing the root causes of poverty and societal issues. I also want to address that there's no connection that this increase of officers would help recruit more officers. There are so many other ways that the department, I think itself, needs to look internally to hold police accountable, to make sure that there is a culture that people feel safe to call them. We have other measures like the local safety traffic plan that's way more cost effective. And so I hope that this does not pass and It does not go to the voter. This is a responsibility of the council.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eunice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. My name is Eunice. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond, and I'm asking you to support Chief French and items Y2 and Y3. I've heard callers in the past criticizing those who think we need a functioning police department. I think everyone supports preventative crime programs, but let's look at where we are. Just Google Richmond, California crime stats. Richmond is still one of the cities with the highest crime rates, with one source saying Richmond is safer than only 7% of US cities. Over the weekend, in 3 days, a total of 24 officers and sergeants worked mandatory 18-hour patrol shifts. That is unsafe for residents and officers. With the transfer of RPD funds, the Criminal Violence Reduction Team has been eliminated. The Intelligence Unit has been eliminated. The Narcotics Unit has been eliminated. The Robbery, Property Theft, and Investigative Units were combined and officers reduced. The Homicide Unit was reduced. CSI is understaffed. The Regulatory Unit was transferred to Code Enforcement, but not staffed. Our nationally acclaimed police department, acknowledged for its community policing, has gone from 196 officers in 2015 to 98 active sworn officers, possibly falling to 80 officers by December if those eligible to retire decide to retire. This puts the most crime-laden areas and most vulnerable residents at risk. Don't forget, we could have put preventative measures in place using ARPA funds without taking any money from the police department. This, in addition to lack of incentives, affects morale and retention. If you cannot bring yourself to vote for funding 20 additional officers, at least allow the democratic process to work and put it to a vote of the people in November, as you are doing with the proposed rent ordinance, so we can address our local problem.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, we need to take these two items to a vote and get out of here. So do I have a motion on Y2?
Move Y2.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bates, move Y2. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it. Let's call a roll, please, Madam
I want to
Clerk.
make a substitute motion if I may.
All right, go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna take whatever criticism. I'll make a quick statement. I know it's late. I'll take whatever criticism. If people want to talk to me about this afterwards, feel free to. I supported the rent measure because we can't do that administratively. We can only do that at the ballot box. And I have many concerns about waiting and feel the urgency. But with this kind of item, just talking about our finances, our budget, and who and our staffing levels, we can talk about that administratively ongoing. And I do think that this should be an ongoing topic because, you know, putting this out to a vote, I am concerned either two things are going to happen. A, it passes and we're going to be set up to an unreasonable expectation to fund some things that we're still just trying to maintain right now. Or B, it doesn't pass and it sends a signal not only to our Richmond police officers, but to other police officers that Richmond doesn't want more cops. So I want to just make the substitute motion that we vote no on these issues, but we make the staffing levels and service concerns of the Richmond Police Department an ongoing item. We can discuss the next item that is, even if it's the first item after recess, but make it an ongoing item so we can continue this community discussion, get on the same page, because I'm not saying I don't want more police. I'm saying I want balance in what reimagined public safety means aside from just policing. And we have another issue that's hindering our recruitment, and that's the fact that we have not gotten a new MOU, which we need to figure that out through negotiations. But either way, we need to figure a lot of stuff out. So let's make this an ongoing item and keep on working on those elements so we can address police morale. And the last thing I'll say is, look, I'll agree. Nobody necessarily said like we want to lay off police. I never wanted to lay off police. I just want to reallocate our budget. And the police never said they didn't believe in these ideas, but we did have such animosity to each other that people did not feel welcome in the conversation and therefore didn't want to be a part of the city because of how much animosity built up. You can agree, disagree with it. That's my personal assessment. I didn't like how the conversation went down, even though I supported the proposals. So to reiterate my motion, Thank you for entertaining me. Then my substitute is to deny the ballot measure, but keep this item.
Wait, we're on Y2 right now. We're not on the ballot measure.
Okay, well, okay, if we're not on the ballot measure, is that we do not commit to the 165 recruitment levels, but we do still make this an ongoing item to address staffing challenges and service challenges from the police department, so we can continue to come up with strategies to effectively address it.
Okay,
That is
so
my substitute.
is there a
motion to
second?
this item.
Councilmember Willis, that was the most sensible thing I probably heard all night. So I'll second it just because I know you're really trying right now.
Okay, let's
Thank
call roll, please,
I have
Madam
a
Clerk.
question. What do you mean by an ongoing item? Do you mean just that the conversation gets considered periodically, or you have an item on every single council meeting?
Yeah, and that would not, that it gets considered periodically. We could even talk about more community meetings, but we at least make sure that it is a discussion in future meetings, that we just don't outright say no and not address like ongoing concerns. I'm saying no to the 165 and yes to just addressing ongoing concerns around police staffing level and service challenges so we can come up with effective solutions.
Okay, let's call roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
no.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, let's move on to Y3. Do you have a motion on Y3?
Yeah, I make a motion in view of the fact that my colleagues do not see fit to support our chief. They can applaud her, but they don't want to support her and the police department in general. So being that you are so anxious to put the rent control ballot on the ballot measure on the ballot. So I make a motion that we proceed to allow the public to determine and make a recommendation by placing this item on the ballot for them to vote on it.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second it. Okay, call roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
No.
Councilmember Willis?
Dude, everything I said in my previous statement, no.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
No.
Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion fails with council members Bates, Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting yes.
Okay, well, it's 14 minutes past my bedtime and I'm going to adjourn this meeting. I'll see y'all in September. Bye. Or good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Right.